Howdy, 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 and meowdy. Happy Monday, catfish. Even though it is a Monday and nobody likes Mondays, but happy Monday. I hope you're all having a fantastic start to your day. Morning, afternoon, evening, whatever time zone it may be. I am having a day myself. I had a doctor's appointment this morning, so I start getting all the way out there, and then I checked and it's like, oh, it's been rescheduled to Thursday. So I got up at 6:30 in the morning for absolutely nothing. But at least I didn't get all the way downtown before realizing. That would have been even more unfortunate. So I did touch grass a little. Not as much as I was anticipating, but you know, I'll be touching more grass Thursday. And I did at least get to stop and get something from my favorite coffee place. So, honestly, not the worst morning. I got a coffee, I came home, I had that, I took a little nap before stream. And now we're here, and I feel not really tired, not necessarily the most awake, because when I went to bed around 11, that's 12, 1, 2, 3, 7.5-ish hours of sleep, roughly. Which is plenty enough. It's just not easy or fun waking up early. But today's gonna be a good day nonetheless, because we are playing more Final Fantasy XIV. And specifically, we are doing more of the main story in Dawntrail, which is exciting. I had so much fun with what we did last Monday, so I've been so excited to do more. And I know we're gonna get to the first dungeon today, but we might also get to the second dungeon. Because generally, with doing main story, my streams tend to go, I do one dungeon per stream, but I didn't go long enough last week to do the first dungeon, so we'll probably be able to go long enough to do the first and second dungeons today. And normally I would have a guide listing of the quests up, but I want to do this blind, so I don't know when we're gonna hit the dungeon. We're currently on the second section of the intro quests, because expansions always have like a few starting quests and then 2 sections you can branch off into doing. So we're in the second section that is basically Peru, with stinky, smelly, spitting alpacas. And I think once we finish this section, we should be about ready to start the first dungeon, and then see where things go from there. But I'm excited, because I have no clue what the dungeons are going to be like. At least early on, or even later on. I still don't know anything about the expansion, because I've managed to keep myself unspoiled, so it's gonna be a good time. And we've also got quite a stacked schedule this week. Wednesday, we probably can finish Metal Gear Solid 3, depending on how long the last third of the game takes. I think that's where we're at. Friday, we're doing more Halo 2. Definitely not going to finish it because we only did like 5 missions last week, since we spent so much time getting the Scarab gun. But we can at least work through another chunk of that. And then Sunday, we are starting Code Vein, and I've wanted to play that for so long. And by starting that, I mean we're probably going to end up spending the entire stream in the character creator just making a character. Because I know it has an insanely in-depth character creator, so we're going to spend a lot of time doing that. And if it doesn't take us forever to get a nice looking character, we could start playing the game proper, but I fully expect character creation to take quite a while. But it will be fun. Let's see. Let me get the game up and ready while I yap. Also, Red, I should check Opkai's website and see if they've announced any more guests yet. Because I know they're slowly announcing new guests for this year's convention. Let's see, wow. A one-time password, let me grab that. Ever important one-time password. Okie dokie. And while the game loads... Ooh, maintenance. All worlds maintenance March 10th. In order to implement on patch 7.45 hotfixes. March 10th, 11 p.m. to 3 a.m. Pacific time. That's fine with me. I generally don't play Final Fantasy that late. And that's also not on a stream day, so if I do anything in game, it's probably just gonna be side content. So fine with me. Let's play. Okay. Expo guests. Okay, I recognize a few of the people they've announced so far. So let's see, Roka Rurin from Chroma Shift, I recognize. I recognize Kason of Independent. And that's it. 2 guests I recognize. I'll definitely have to check out the other guests, because I'm sure they're all interesting people. I just don't recognize them. Because there's thousands and thousands of VTubers out there, so it is hard to know everyone. But I do like learning about new ones, because all VTubers, or not all, but most VTubers are pretty cool. Okie game is loading. And as you probably noticed, I did have a new intro song and an new intro video. I recorded that this morning before stream. I was able to push a few updates to my VRChat avatar to make it pretty much exactly the same as my streaming one. So I decided to record a few videos, including an updated BRB screen, which while I'm getting the game up, I can show that off.
I don't like 'em putting Kevin Turn the frog gay. Do you understand that? Turn the freaking frog gay. Serious crap gay. Frog's freaking frog. go for you. I don't like them.
Yeah, I definitely think the new colors on everything looks really good. Okie dokie, game is up. Or it should... Okay, there it is. And yeah, on stream yesterday, I did finally get this lovely, lovely weapon for glamour. So now we have a pretty weapon to use. But yes, time to return to Peru and the stinky alpacas. And I think later today I'll record a new ending screen video, because I haven't updated that in many months, honestly. As Wook Lamont helped demonstrate, the valley alpacas are wary of people. Getting close enough to catch one will not be an easy task. You might have warned me about that earlier. I have enough trouble with tame alpacas. How do you expect me to wrangle a wild one? Oh. With the proper saddle, we infuse the leather with a relaxing scent that soothes the spitting beast. Wonderful. Give me one of those then. Have you perhaps forgotten we are a clan of merchants? If you want a taming saddle, then you'll need to find a saddler and make them an offer. They don't come cheap, of course. Crafting a saddle will cost you the equivalent of 10 pel in the thousands column. You mean 10,000 pel? I don't have that kind of coin. Converting to gil, that comes to around 1 million or so. Oh, that's a lot of money. Mayhap if we all pitch in. No, this is my feat to accomplish. I wouldn't feel right about having others pay the cost. I'll find the money somehow. In that case... that basket of wool is worth the sum you paid me earlier, 1 pel in the hundreds column. Beginning with the wool, you can trade for ever more valuable goods until you have something suitable to bargain with for the saddle. That's a nice gesture, but you think I can turn 100 pel into 1 million? That's 10,000 times more. We need 10,000 pel, not 1 million, so we're looking at 100 times more. Oh, right. I panicked and got it confused with Alfino's million gil. 100 times more is not that bad. I'm not so sure about this trading idea. You were almost talked into buying a cloak you didn't need mere moments after you arrived. But I hate it when you're right. Then let me help you with your deal making. Oh, hello again, Mablu. I work here as a wrench hand, but I've also learned a lot about the peddler profession. It's alright if I aid them now. Yes, I guided the claimants toward the first step of the feat like you asked. As long as Wuklamat goes alone to capture her alpaca, she is free to accept assistance from whomever she likes. Hooray! Let's see about getting you that saddle then. Third promise. I don't know why you made your offer, but I could use an ally with a beak for bargains. Welcome aboard, Mablu. Should the rest of us stay behind, perhaps? It may be easier to haggle over prices without so many voices chiming in. Yes, stay here and pitch in with the wrench work. With Mablu gone, I'll need extra hands to tend to the alpacas. Gladly, although, Pannifer, I think you should go with Wuklamat. You've seen markets and bazaars the world over, and surely have sage advice to share. In that case, you should also hold on to the alpaca wool. If it's misplaced or soiled in some way, you'll have nothing to bargain with. As if I'd do such a thing. But I'll leave the wool with Pannifer anyway. The better to keep my hands free. To begin, I suggest you try trading the wool to Havli, the saddler. He won't agree to the deal, of course, but it'll give us an idea of how much he'll accept for his wares. Okay, perfect. Now I could do fates for gemstones. Eventually. Boop ba doo ba doo boom. Something I can do for you? We've come to bargain. I need one of your special taming saddles to catch a wild alpaca. A saddle, is it? And how will you be paying for it? With this basket of fine alpaca wool. What use does a saddle maker have for wool? Besides, this would barely cover the cost of a single strap buckle. Offer me something I actually want. And what might that be? Mezcal. I like to nurse a cup at day's end while I inspect my finished work. Bring me a jug of quality stuff and you've got yourself a deal. Okay. This bodes well for us, third promise. Such mezcal can be had for only 5 pel in the thousands column. Hold on. Did you say third promise? Then my offer has changed. The saddle is going to cost you a jug of premium mezcal, aged 3 years at least. 3 years? That stuff is valued at 10,000 pel or more. Why have you doubled the price? Because I must support the man of ambition who will see my business prosper. Zoralja will go to war and his cavalry will need saddles. Lots of saddles. It's nothing personal, third promise, but I won't sell you my craft for anything less than my asking price. Well, that guy's rude. Can't say that I blame him. I'm known for championing peace, and peace is unlikely to bring him more customers. Those of our grandparents' generation remember the dark days when the clans were at war. Many of these Pelu pray for your victory, Wuklamat. The younger ones, though, to them, strife and bloodshed are as children's stories. They think themselves safe from these horrors and take the peace we now enjoy for granted. Still, others are unsatisfied with this cry at prosperity and crave the future the Second Promise envisions. They've become obsessed with innovations like the dirigibles that have made trade swift and easy. Then you have those like Havli, convinced that the First Promise's plans for conquest will afford them opportunities for great profit. Well, what about you, Mablu? Aren't you of the younger generation? At least a year or two younger than me, I'd say. Oh, I was raised on the old tales. I've memorized the accounts of what it was like when the Yakui ruled our village. That's why I offered the help. I want you to become Dawn Servant to keep our nation from going back to the way it was. Well then, I guess I'd better make sure I win the contest. But the type of mezcal the saddle maker wants is so very expensive. Weren't we expecting to need 10,000 pel from the outset? Nothing's changed, we just need to get on with it. I may not have a head for trade or the stomach for alpacas, but I won't give up for the piece of Tuliolel on the line. Neither will I. We will make you Dawn Servant. Aiming for that 10,000 pel jug right away will only bring us failure and frustration. So let's first try exchanging the wool for anything even a touch more valuable. The trick is to find someone who needs alpaca wool and is willing to trade at a loss to acquire it. Someone who supports your bid for the throne, for instance. Oh, this guy. This dude. This friendly bro. Of course, the Weaver. Bolnak was his name, I believe. He went out of his way to say he agreed with my vision and he was here to buy wool. I think I remember the direction he was going, but for now let's head back to the road where we first met him. Oh, I lost my returning player icon. Well, I guess I have been playing the game again long enough. This is the spot. After Bolnak talked to us, he walked off to the south. Then he was probably going to Ikublo's Inn. Most visitors to Wakanpelo end up staying there. Let's go and check, shall we? Inn's probably there. It is in fact there. Onwards, Lady Eclair. We have some wool to sell. Also, I need to put these in my retainer next time I get your retainer bell. Can I have that basket, Pennifer? You go. Thanks. Now let's see if we can turn a profit. Bolnak, I'm glad we found you. Are you interested in making a trade? Third promise, you wish to do business with me? Might I ask what this is all about? We need to buy booze. I see. So the goal is to turn that basket of wool into a jug of 3-year-old premium mezcal. Then allow me to invest in your efforts. Hooray! Peace and Tural is what allows me to cross freely into the lands of my suppliers. Naturally, I would prefer that one pledge to preserve that peace win the throne. Thus do I humbly offer you this wool poncho, a small token that I pray contributes to your victory. Oh, that's fine craftsmanship. A garment like that would easily fetch 5 pel in the hundreds column. That's very generous, Bolnock. Thank you. I promise I won't let you down. I have every faith in you, Third Promise. May fortune bless your future dealings. I can't believe you quintupled your investment with your first deal. We're off to a spectacular start. Only because Pennifer remembered our weaver friend. All I did was hand over the wool. That's not true. The connections you build with people are vital. This is one of the most fundamental precepts of trading, one which you've instinctively mastered. You think so? I know so. Now, let's take our 500 pel poncho and trade it for something even more valuable. Here, Pennifer, you take the poncho. If I lost it somehow, Erenver would never let me hear the end of it. All set. Our next deal is waiting to be found. Okay, that's cool. Excellent trade. We turned 100 to 500. Success. You traded a 100 pel basket of alpaca wool for a 500 pel wool poncho. Yippee! So now we need to multiply that by 20. Gradually. Leveraging connections is a sound strategy, but we should also consider supply and demand. An individual in urgent need of a good poncho will offer more than a merchant simply looking to stock his shelves. That makes sense, but how do we know someone needs a poncho? They aren't wearing one, perhaps? That's the obvious answer, isn't it? We look for a person without a poncho and hope they're eager to buy ours. Yes, there you go. You find the demand for our supply. So, where should we begin our search for prospective buyers? There are any number of places, but we could do worse than starting right here at the inn. There might be interested travelers. Who here needs a poncho? A lot of Mamul Job hardly wore anything to begin with. Those are probably Landsguard or sellswords. Mamulja who soldier for a living prefer not to wear much above the waist, it hampers their movements. So even if they have bared shoulders, Mamulja carrying arms can be struck off the list. Okay, so... definitely not you or you. You already have a poncho. You? You don't have a weapon or a poncho. Let's see. No coat or cloak, but also no weapon? Ooh, we might have a winner. Winner, winner, chicken dinner, perhaps? Ho there, friend. You're not a mercenary by trade, right? I was curious about your bold choice of dress or lack thereof. Oh, it was no choice of mine, believe me. I was attacked by beasts on the way here and barely escaped with my scales intact. My coat was not so lucky. I'm actually a toolmaker from Tuliolal, and was dressed quite smartly. All the better to show the Pelu that I am a man who takes pride in his appearance and therefore his work as well. But now look at me. Well, sir, this is your lucky day. What a splendid poncho! This would be the perfect replacement for the coat I lost. We'd be willing to part with it if you'd like to make a trade, for one of your fine tools perhaps. What about this hatchet? I crafted it myself and will vouch for its quality. The blade looks sharp, the haft well made. I'd value it at 1 pel in the thousands column. Nope, that's a good deal. Oh ho, from 500 to 1,000, we have a deal. Wonderful. A fine garment such as this should put me on even footing with any Pelu merchant. Like the eponymous owner of Miplu's mate garden, for one. Her field hands use hatchets to harvest the mate, and I thought to impress her with the tool I sold you. No matter, I have other wares to sell. Glad I am to have met you. Well, he just led us to our next place. Did you hear that? We've already found our next buyer. To Miplu's mate garden we go. Yes, but it's a fair distance on foot. We should take alpacas. You're willing to share my kitty cat, Woklamat? These ones will be the calm type, right? Excellent trade. So in just 2 trades, we went from 100 pel to 1,000. We are making money moves. And that is how you turn a basket of wool into... an axe. Well done recognizing that toolmaker was a potential customer. If you have a mind to change professions, you'd make an excellent merchant. Before we get moving, you should be the one to hold this. Yeah, I'll take the axe. I'm not gonna drop it. With that, I suppose we should hop on the alpacas Mablu has so kindly provided. Ready to go? Let's mount up. Yippee! Oh, these are adorable. I want one. I want 100. I still don't trust them. You have a knack for riding, no matter what you say. Without our alpaca friends, we Pelu would never have become traveling merchants. Can you imagine walking all the way across Tural? Man, that would be a lot of walking. I swear, that mountain is too tall to be real. It is massive. Workhor Zormor, wasn't that the name? A forbidding sight, isn't it? One I've never appreciated up close. You have to take the long way around the cliffs to get there, to the highlands belonging to the Yakhui. So, Mablu, you said you were learning about the peddler profession. You don't care for ranch work? No, I love it. I love working with alpacas. But becoming a peddler has always been a dream of mine. It's just, I'm not sure I have the talent for it. If I can help you buy the taming saddle though, then it'd be proof I can do this after all. In that case, you'd best get ready to be a merchant. Look, we're almost there. This took us all the way over here. Jeezy peasy. We made it, and without a single smelly incident. I sent the alpacas back to Ikublo's inn, so we will walk along the main road when we return to the village. Speaking of roads to travel, you were adopted by the Dawn Servant, weren't you, Third Promise? That I was. Then perhaps you understand. I was an orphan too, you see. Totally took me in. He took in all the ranch hands, actually. All of them? Yes. And everyone works hard at their chores, grateful for the opportunity to repay the head ledger's generosity. Yet here I am, the only one wanting to go off and be a merchant. I'm sorry, I don't know why I'm telling you this. We need to keep trading things for your saddle if you're to prepare for the feat of gold. As it's a mate harvesting season, they can't have too many quality hatchets. And to that Wooklamat's way, add to that Wooklamat's way with people, and we should have no trouble making a favorable deal. That's Miplu herself over there. Pass the hatchet to the Third Promise and let's get to bargaining. God, the music here is amazing. You have that little axe for me? Thanks. Now to see what we can get for it. You'd better get more than 1,000. You're Miplu, the owner of these fields. I have a mind to trade if you're interested. Well, well, the Third Promise. I might be convinced to entertain a proposal. What do you have on offer? This hatchet. Forged by a seasoned artisan, the razor edge of this exceptional tool will make light work of your crops. The quality is acceptable, I suppose. I offer you a large sack of mate leaves in exchange. A sack of mate leaves is valued at 1 pound in the thousands column, the same price as the hatchet. This deal will bring us no closer to the mezcal. If I may, Mistress Miplu, it's harvesting season, is it not? Does not the demand for hatchets afford them a higher value? It is indeed the season, which is why I've procured an ample batch of tools well in advance. We've missed the window for demand. In that case, you'll have to fall back on connections. Think of it this way. A generous deal here will put you in the Third Promise's good graces. Surely that's worthy of consideration. I do not wish to give offense, but I must tell you that I stand with the Second Promise. His innovations will improve every aspect of our lives, I believe, including farming, and I will no longer have need of hatchets. I assure you that I have nothing but respect for Wooklamat. That's why I'm prepared to purchase a spare hatchet at a fair price. I suppose it is fair given your reasons, but we ourselves would be no better off for the transaction. How about this then? If we were to help bring in your harvest, would you give us a better deal? As a matter of fact, I would. Until Kawana's reforms come about, I can always use more hands in the fields. Then you can go ahead and add our labor to the bargain. Added value to tip the scales. How could I have forgotten one of the most basic rules of trading? You can rest here if you like, Mablu. Pennifer and I have a mate together. Oh no, I'm helping too. Off to the fields then, and mind you pick the healthy leaves. I'll take 5 good bundles from each of you. Oh, that'll get us a better deal, and I don't mind a little bit of hard work. Also, might as well prep that, prep that, prep that. Not that I really need to, because when you load into a dungeon or something, it auto-preps everything. Also, I might be completely butchering how these leaves are pronounced. It's either mate or mate. Considering where this is, it might actually be mate, and not mate. Oh, that was a quick and easy quest. Go over here, collect leaves, turn in. That went real fast. You brought me some leaves then? An acceptable harvest. We'll see how your companions fared before I make any decisions, though. Here. We brought our share as well. Thank you, third promise. This is more than enough to hold up your end of the bargain. Now it is time to honor mine. After adding the value of your labor to the price of the hatchet, I am prepared to offer you a full sack of our highest grade mate leaves. Premium mate. Bought at the shop, one sack of those leaves would cost no less than 5 pel in the thousands column. Oh, that is a really good deal. Then we can bid farewell to this hatchet. We'll give it a good home. Talk with the contest aside, I'm glad we could come to a mutually agreeable trade. As am I. All the best with the rest of your harvest. So that's what we traded a wool for a poncho for a hatchet for leaves, and that got us up to 5,000 from 100. My Blue, what's wrong? It's as I was saying before. Even after everything Toadley's done for me, I'm planning to abandon it all and become a merchant. But then I needed your help after forgetting a basic rule of trade. How can I expect Toadley to accept my decisions then? Have you mentioned your plans to leave? Not exactly. I wanted to prove I could succeed as a peddler before I declared my intentions. I seek to follow in my father's footsteps, but not because he expects it of me. I want to preserve Tyrell's peace, and becoming Dawn's servant happens to be the best way to do it. You should live a life of your own choosing, and I wouldn't be surprised if Toadley held the same opinion, so talk to him. You're right. It's better to find out for sure than worry over what he might say. Thank you for the advice. But first, we have a saddle to buy. I want that success under my belt so I can be sure of my decision. What's next then? We try to trade our tea leaves for something halfway to 10,000 pel? No, I think we're close enough now. I say we go straight for the premium mezcal. Bargain our way into double value, eh? I think you can do it. Trust me, I will make this trade work. I admire you, third promise. That you're holding your own against such strong competition for the throne is inspiring. Am I really holding my own against Kawana and Zeralja? I mean, of course I am. I'm Wuklamat of the Dawn's Promise, after all. Excellent trade, 1,000 to 5,000. Before we go, let me give you the mate leaves. I don't need to risk proving Erenril's point. I will once more gladly hold on to this. Ready then? Our next step is the Mezcal Distillery. So that's how many trades? Let's see. So Wolves for Poncho is 1. Poncho for Hatchet is 2. Hatchet for Leaves is 3. So we're about to make our 4th trade. But still, 3 trades and the value went up from 100 to 5,000 is insane. You couldn't do that in real life. Trade things to go from $100 value to $5,000. Nobody would accept that kind of deal. Also, Chad, you know, looking back at my model, I should look for some earrings for my ears. Because I have earrings on my human ears. I could do with some cute earrings on my cat ears. No, mole, be gone. I have no interest in you. You can't even hit me anyway, you're way too far away. This music is still amazing. And yeah, I think I might do that after stream, just look for some earrings. We'll want to speak with a man by the name of Gobley. Even among his fellow distillers, he's regarded as a master of the craft. He knows the value of his product, so if we're to convince him to trade for twice what the leaves are worth, we're going to need targeted information. That means asking around or taking in the gossip. If you could talk to people here in the distillery, Panifer, perhaps Wuklamad could do the same at the village entrance. Meanwhile, I'll head to the north side and see what I can learn. Bum, ba-doo-dum, bum. Ba-doo-dum-dum-dum. There's not much I can say about Gobley, but I can tell you what Gobley's been saying. The other day, he was muttering about monsters prowling around Agave Jaws. That's the field where they gather ingredients for the mezcal. The presence has made it harder to procure said ingredients and thus driven up the price of his product. A boon, some might argue, but it's hard to celebrate when it affects the work he does. Can't rightly bring joy to people if you can't keep making the thing they love. So it's going to be more expensive than we were expecting. But I mean, I could fight. Me? I'm a chef from Tuliolol. I opted to come here to buy Gobley's Mezcal, the finest in Tural according to my customers. He always brings out a jug during our dealings, but I can't handle the stuff too well myself. I take small sips, not wanting to be impolite, you understand, but still end up so addled as to agree to whatever price he quotes me. And would be nice to have less potent refreshments during such conversations. Else, I might have to seriously reconsider our arrangement. Okay, looks like we have an ad soon. Gobley might be a deft hand at distilling, but he's got no sense when it comes to appearances. Rumor has it he's been invited to the palace for business negotiations. If he presents himself to the court wearing his usual rumpled attire, though, he'll be laughed out of Sunperch. So, what did you find out? Oh, we can make use of all of those tidbits. The deal is as good as sealed. As for me, I found out where Gobli is working. There's a millstone at the top of the slope behind the distillery. You go on ahead and I'll bring a Wooklamat. Okie dokie. And then I will go to BRB once there, so we can write out the ad break. I can stretch and whatnot. I need to go higher. Can we get much higher? So high, oh, higher and higher and higher. Oh, that's cute. Using an alpaca to do the milling. But okie dokie. Going to BRB. Be right back in a few minutes, chat.
Like I'm putting chemical in the water that turned the friggin' frogs gay. Do you understand that? Turn the friggin' frogs gay. Serious crap gay. Frogs, friggin' frogs. It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. Gay. Frogs. Won't you fight for your life? Gay. Frog, friggin' frogs. I don't like a frog. Gay. Friggin' frogs. Frogs. Friggin' frog crap. Won't you fight the frogs? It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. Frogs. I don't like them putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay. Do you understand that? Turn the friggin' frogs gay. Serious crap gay. Frogs, friggin' frogs. It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. Gay. Frogs. Won't you fight for your life? Gay. Frog, friggin' frogs. I don't like a frog. Gay. Friggin' frogs. Frogs. Friggin' frog crap. Won't you fight the frogs? It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. Frogs. I don't like them putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay. Do you understand that? Turn the friggin' frogs gay. Serious crap gay. Frogs, friggin' frogs. It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. Gay. Frogs. Won't you fight for your life? Gay. Frog, friggin' frogs. I don't like a frog. Gay. Friggin' frogs. Frogs. Friggin' frog crap. Won't you fight the frogs? It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. Frogs. I don't like them putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay. Do you understand that? Turn the friggin' frogs gay. Serious crap gay. Frogs, friggin' frogs. It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. Gay. Frogs. Won't you fight for your life? Gay. Frog, friggin' frogs. I don't like a frog. Gay. Friggin' frogs. Frogs. Friggin' frog crap. Won't you fight the frogs? for you. I don't like them putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay. Do you understand that? Turn the friggin' frogs gay. Serious crap gay. Frogs, friggin' frogs. It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. Gay. Frogs. Won't you fight for your life? Gay. Frogs, friggin' frogs. I don't like a frog. Gay. Friggin' frogs. Frogs. Friggin' frog crap. Won't you fight the frogs? It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. I don't like them putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay. Do you understand that? Turn the friggin' frogs gay. Serious crap gay. Frogs, friggin' frogs. It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. Gay. Frogs. Won't you fight for your life? Gay. Frogs, friggin' frogs. I don't like a frog. Gay. Friggin' frogs. Frogs. Friggin' frog crap. Won't you fight the frogs? It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. I don't like them putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay. Do you understand that? Turn the friggin' frogs gay. Serious crap gay. Frogs, friggin' frogs. It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. Gay. Frogs. Won't you fight for your life? Gay. Frogs, friggin' frogs. I don't like a frog. Gay. Friggin' frogs. Frogs.
Welcome back, chat. You have business with me, madame? Why don't we talk down below so as not to distract the alpaca from the work? Now, what's this about? Keep it brief if you would, I'm a busy man. We're in the market for a 3-year-old jug of premium mezcal, assuming you have any on hand, that is. An excellent choice. I must warn you though, it doesn't come cheap. We don't have Pel, but we can offer a sack of mate leaves in exchange. It's top grid stuff like the mezcal. No deal. Mate leaves are well and good, but I don't have any use for them. No deal? Just like that? Still, I'd hate to send you away empty-handed. Why don't we sit and chat a while over a cup of mezcal? Now, the real bargaining begins. Which of our cards do you want to play first? Now, let's do the egg monsters. Okay. I appreciate your hospitality, but I'm afraid I can't hold my drink. I've heard one of your regular customers, a Hubero chef, is the same. Seeing as not everyone can enjoy mezcal, I wonder if you might benefit from having other refreshments to offer. Something like mate tea, for instance, and brewed from the finest leaves, of course. You're right. Absolutely right. I had noticed a growing reluctance on the part of my Hubego friend, but did not realize I myself was to blame. I must endeavor to be a better host. Still, even with that added value in mind, no sack of leaves is worth the mezcal you're after. Should we offer to cull the monsters causing them trouble? Not yet. We keep that card up our sleeves until we need it. As I expect you're aware, the rite of succession is currently taking place. That's why the third province has graced us with her presence. When the contest is decided, the subsequent ascension ceremony and banquets will be a prestigious affair. If your mezcal were to be served there, it would bring your distillery immeasurable fame. Wait. Could it be that your rumored invitation to the palace is to discuss that very possibility? As a matter of fact, yes. I must admit, I'm still reeling from the abruptness of it all. It would be a great honor and opportunity if I can secure the deal. Well, I should think your exceptional mezcal would speak for itself. That said, there's no such thing as being too prepared, and first impressions last. You'll want to be wearing your very best when you walk into Volak Shunsa. It would be such a shame to miss this chance of a lifetime simply for want of proper garments. That it would. Are you saying you have garments to offer? Something ideal for court? We have no garments on hand, I'm afraid, but we can provide you with the next best thing, an introduction to a weaver. His name is Bolnak, and his works are highly regarded in Tuliolal. As a supporter of Wuklamat and keen observer of palace politics, he will doubtless be happy to guide you in the selection of an outfit to fit this golden occasion. That is certainly a tempting proposal, and one of which I should like to take full advantage, but the scales still aren't quite balancing. Say, weren't there monsters running amok in Agave Jaws? That's a problem we could easily solve for you. Truly. I would be most grateful for your immediate assistance. I was resigned to hiring sellswords to clear them out. Factoring in that sacred expense and an introduction to a trusted weaver, this is shaping up to be a sound bargain. Alright, you have a deal. Yes, I knew you'd come around. Give us a moment and Pennifer and I will take care of those prowling nuisances. In the meantime, I'll use the time to pen an introductory letter to Bolnak. The fields you're looking for are just north of Wakanpelo. Finally, we could just fight, do something fun. Oh, she's up there. Can I get up there from here? Yes, good. That should be Agave Jaws, just over there. This will go faster if we split up. Come to find me once you finish clearing out your share of the pests. Easy peasy. Minion guide. I'll have my fluffy little chunky wonky kitty cat following me around. This is still level 90 quest. We should be on 91 soon. Hammer! 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 Love me some hammer. Hammer! 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 Oh, I love that we're at the point in the game where we're doing 45,000 damage, and that's only a chunk of their health. We're going, by the time we get to level 100, we're going to be doing spicy damage. Hammer! 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 And the best part about a hammer is that it is a critical direct hit for every hit. So it does critical hit damage and direct hit damage. So it's even spicier. Because critical hits and direct hits ignore armor, so if an enemy has like armor or anything, it's gonna ignore that, it's just gonna do more damage. Compared to the creatures I hunted with Papa, this was no challenge at all. Come on, let's head back to the distillery. All that's left is to give Mablu the sack of leaves so she can seal the deal. Yippee! I assume the next quest is probably the last one for this area? And then maybe we start to level 91? We're already, I mean, yeah, we're 93, but that's because I did a little bit of accidental grinding off stream. But we're not like super over leveled. It's not like we've been playing so much we're suddenly like 5-6 levels over. And it also doesn't matter because dungeons are always synced to a specific level, so we're always going to be at whatever the dungeon level is. Those monsters were no trouble for you, it seems. Now, if I could just have the sack of leaves. Thank you for looking after our precious trading goods. Your monster problem has been resolved, Master Gobly. Here are the Mate leaves and a written introduction to Bolnak as agreed. Then the deal is done. Here, your jug of premium mezcal aged 3 years. Please accept it with my compliments. Yippee! Yes, you finally have the mezcal. Great work, especially you, Mablu. You were the one that inspired me to come this far, third promise, but let's not celebrate until we have the saddle in hand. Mablu, is it? You drive a hard bargain, young peddler. I look forward to doing business with you in the future. Thank you, but truth be told, I'm just a ranch hand, for now. Should I ever become a proper merchant, though, I'll be back to strike more deals with you. Hooray! Now we can trade. Excellent trade! Leaves for alcohol. We have done nothing but excellent trades. Yippee! Even at the palace, I don't think I've held a 10,000 pel jug of anything before. My hands won't stop shaking. Here, you'd better hold on to it until we get to the saddle maker. And that, chat, is how you turn a basket of wool into a 10,000 money bottle of alcohol. Can you imagine if we dropped it and had to start all over again? Oh, let's not. Luckily, Havley's place is not far, we just need to head across the plaza. Let's not drop this and have to start all over again. That was quite a bit of work. Getting that basket of wool turned into a pricey bottle of alcohol. This is it, the trade we've been working towards. Still in one piece. Right, time to make our deal. Get your tools ready, saddler. We've brought your precious mezcal. Wait, you actually got your hands on a jug? But you had nothing. A few measly clumps of wool. What we had was an aspiring trader with a gift for negotiation. Although I'd sooner aid no claimant by the Zoralja, I cannot go against the guiding principles of the Pelu Pelu. The trade is a fair one. I will craft your saddle, third promise. Great. Stay and wait if you like. I have all the requisite materials, so this won't take long. Your commission is ready. Catching a wild alpaca is never a simple affair, but you'll have an easier time of it with one of my saddles. Now, if you don't mind, I have other work that needs finishing. I can taste that smooth mezcal already. We did it! The saddle is ours! Yippee! And to think, we started out with only 100 pel basket of alpaca wool. Mablu, you're going to be an incredible merchant. Thank you. It makes me so glad to hear you say that, third promise. We got what we came for, so let's return to the ranch. The elders will be waiting. Yay, feat accomplished. Success, you traded a 10,000 pel jug of premium mezcal for a taming saddle. Boop, 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 boop. You've acquired the saddle then? Yes, and thanks in no small part to Mablu. Before you rush off to catch an alpaca though, let me teach you how to saddle one. I'll bring out one of our wild-born friends so you can practice. I know, this is something I need to learn. Oh, this music. The music that plays when things get intense. Great sunken gods, I did it. Aww. He hardly seemed bothered, much less inclined to spit, as if he was completely accepting of Wuklamat's touch. That is because of the singular scent with which the saddle has been coated. Alpacas find it very soothing. You know, I've never taken a good long look at one of you before, but you're actually kind of cute. You're only now noticing that? Zeralja, he's back. Having done exactly what he set out to do. That alpaca he's brought, is it me or is it glowing? I've heard tales of such a beast. They say the golden alpaca lives a solitary existence deep in the valley, where it shuns the company of both man and its own kind. How did he manage to snare a prize like that? A beast knows its betters. Faced with overwhelming strength, it will yield rather than risk death. An apt illustration of how greatly the power of the first promise exceeds yours, Wuklamat. Strength alone won't win him our father's throne. I'll be the one to find the Golden City, and then Terrell can remain at peace. An everlasting desire for peace can only be forged in the fires of war. To unite as one, the people must be taught. They must suffer the horror and the hope. Exhaustion from prolonged conflict. The wages of war's merciless nature. These are what moved the clans to join in the founding of Tuliyollal all those years ago. Consider the younger generation of this village. Since birth have they basked in unbroken harmony, and behold, they regard war not as tragedy but opportunity. Thus does the resilient son seek to provide education. He offers much needed lessons in the realities of conquest and a renewed appreciation for peacetime. 'Tis true that war's misery breeds a longing for peace. But I have seen with my own eyes what becomes of an empire forged through the violence you propose, the rebellions it spawned, and the ruins it left behind. The Garlean Empire was a congregation of simple... Oh, you're rude? The oppressed fought back against their oppressors as well they should. Men are not beasts, only a fool would seek to rule over all with the threat of force alone. This is why Gulul Jaja did not elevate the Mamulja, why he treated all clans with equal respect. However, the first promise has his gaze fixed upon more distant horizons. He would unite not only Tuliyollal, but the star in its entirety. What? Why? I need not explain myself to you. Oh, well done indeed. The first promise has completed the feat of gold with an appropriately golden flourish. May I present to you your much-deserved keystone. He's always been like that, never sharing his innermost thoughts with me or even with Koana. It's like we're not even family. If that guy wants to start a war with the world, I mean, that's not going to end well. We've seen what the alliances, or the alliance did to Garlemald and everything. I'll ponder Zoralja and his mysteries later. Right now, I need to think about finishing the feat of gold. I have my saddle, I've practiced how to use it, so lead on toward the wild alpacas roam. The valley of Orinkanka is northwest of here. Come on, everyone. Even if we can't enter ourselves, we can see Wuklamot off on her hunt. Yeah, like, he wants to unite the entire star. That's not going to go well at all. Like, the 4 countries of the Alliance, the Eastern Kingdom, trying to start a war with everyone to unite. Like, even Garlemald, despite them being in pieces, they would fight and fight hard. He surely doesn't think he could win a fight against the whole world. That ain't gonna happen. No way, no how, no sir. I can do this. I know I can. Rah rah rah! Cheer cheer cheer!
Good luck there, promise!
Oh,
Thanks.
finally a voiced cutscene.
Truth be told, still not sure about alpacas. I'd rather not go near one if I can help it. But if I'm to rule this nation, then I'll need to learn how to live with them. Tural is their home too.
That's the spirit.
Right. I'm off.
So, shall we head back to the ranch, or...?
I'm staying here.
As will I. Wuklamart is alone in this. The least we can do is stand watch and await her return.
It may be a while yet. Help me pitch the tent.
Trust a gleaner to come prepared for anything.
What's a gleaner?
Gleaner? I hardly know
Someone
her.
whose job it is to travel the world and procure uncommon things for their employers. Erenville specializes in finding animals, I believe.
But aren't you a Shitona from Shaktural? Why did you cross the salt?
When I was much younger, the thought of leaving Tural never even occurred to me. But then, some years ago, my mentor tasked me with a difficult hunt. Something I could never find, she said, so long as I clung to the familiar. She suggested that I leave home, leave Tural, and join the Gleaners of Charlian. As one of their number, I could experience the world, immerse myself in myriad cultures and customs, see the many faces of nature. And once I had learned what is truly important, I would find that which I seek. My younger self took those words to heart, and off I went to become a gleaner.
Her words alone moved you to leave behind everything you'd ever known? You must have great respect for your mentor.
As it happens, gleaner work was much to my liking, and I all but forgot why I had pursued it in the first place. Yet, events conspired to put me back on the trail I'd abandoned.
Wait, are you saying you were tasked with finding the City of Gold?
I was. And though my hunt is now entangled with the right of succession, I mean to see it through.
Well then, I understand completely. We all have our reasons for seeking the Golden City. Which is all the more reason for us to work together.
Just so.
She should have been back by now. What if something's happened to her? We need to tell Tobli and arrange a search party.
Wait. Do you hear that?
Aww.
They did it.
Yippee!
You're utterly spent, and small wonder.
Well done, Third Promise.
The ranch isn't going anywhere. Take a rest in the tent.
I think I will. Thank you all for believing in me.
I'm so relieved the Third Promise came back to us safely. And the alpaca she tamed is a healthy-looking beast. Surely this will be enough to satisfy the feet of gold. Here's the last quest, because it's got a little picture. Clamat still seems a bit unsteady on her feet. Hardly surprising after she spent the night chasing alpacas. Do you know what will melt away the fatigue like magic though? Mate tea? I'll run to the ranch and get a pot brewing, that way you can take your time and the tea will be ready when you arrive. As Mallory so wisely suggested, we shall set a slower pace for our exhausted Third Promise. So we've got to be really close to the level 91 quests, which also means we're close to the dungeon. Yippee! I think once we return back to Leolal to turn this in, we should then start level 91 quests. That's usually how it go. All of level 90 is the intro section. Well, all of the 0 level quests is the intro section and then the 2 side areas. And then once you finish the side sections, it's level 9 or the level 1. Came back ahead of the others, did you? I should hurry along with the tea then. Woklamat can't be far behind. Ooh, that tea really is magical. I feel better already. I see you've become more comfortable around our fuzzy friends. Watching this one taught me a lot about alpacas. What grasses and fruits they eat, what sounds they react to, their adorable little quirks. I guess I've grown kind of fond of them. Aww. Welcome back, Third Promise. Accomplished the feat of gold, have you? Yes, there is no mistaking a valley alpaca. I commend you on your success. Well done. Yes, we did it. Although I couldn't find a shiny one like Zeralja did. I'd be surprised if you had. Golden alpacas are born but once every few decades. They are elusive, solitary creatures that are rarely seen, much less captured, thanks to their innate physical and magical gifts. Only a single other person is known to have caught one before, that being Glul Jaja himself. Papa was chasing alpacas too. So my grandfather's stories say. It was before the founding of Tuliolal, in a time when the mountain giants, the Yakhui, held our people in thrall. Compelled by their overlords, our forebears would ride their alpaca mounts to the highlands to deliver gifts of food and other tributes. Those were wretched days to hear grandfather tell it. Then along came the young Gulul Jaja, yet unburdened by the mantle of Dawn Servant. Our people were amazed by this imposing two-headed figure equal to the Yakhui in stature, and puzzled by his entourage of mismatched companions. Some trembled in fear, believing a new conqueror had come. Yet Gulul Jaja showed no such inclinations. He sat and spoke with us, sipping from the cups of mate tea we offered him, and grew somber when he learned of our plight. None could have anticipated what their visitor decided to do next. Gulul Jaja ascended the cliffs to face the giants and freed the Pelu Pelu from the Yakhui's subjugation. He then turned an appraising eye upon our riders and proposed we take to the road to peddle our beverages. The suggestion seemed obvious for one who traveled as he did, intent on fostering amity between the clans. So it was that a few words from Gulul Jaja transformed us into a clan of itinerant merchants. I've never heard the bond Papa forged with the Pelu Pelu spoken of in that way before. The saga is not so detailed. Then you may not know that Gulul Jaja sought a sure-footed guide for his trek into the highlands. Thus did he capture a golden alpaca. So both my brother and my father caught the rarest of creatures, while an ordinary one was the best I could manage. The feat required no more than that, Third Promise, and you brought back a perfectly wonderful beast. Mahablu's right. You are a perfectly wonderful beast. If anyone's ordinary, it's me. Not only did you accomplish the feat of gold, you also made many trades and brought joy to many people in true Pelu Pelu fashion. I sorely doubt your sibling could have achieved the same result. You should be proud of the accomplishment which earned you your keystone. That stone looks like a cherry starburst. Now I want starburst. 5 more to go. You're well on your way, third promise. We'd have been lost without you, Mablu. Thanks to you, I learned so much about the Pelu people and your customs. It might seem obvious, but I've come to realize the importance of properly knowing something. It was because I didn't understand alpacas that I was uncomfortable around them. I'm thankful to you as well, Wuklamat. You've given me the courage to say what I wasn't sure I could ever say. Tobli, I want to leave the ranch and become a merchant. I appreciate everything you've done for me, and I've loved every moment caring for the alpacas. But this is something I need to do. I need to walk my own path and make my own trades. Forgot to move captions up top, so that they don't block the game text. As your parent, allow me to say one thing. I've always tried to give my wards lives filled with as much happiness as I could provide. Yet never once have I wanted that to be the only happiness you knew. You have my blessing to walk any path you choose, Mablu. It gladdens me to hear you found a calling you wish to pursue with such passion. You will make an exceptional peddler, I'm sure of it. Thank you, Tobli. What did I tell you, Mablu? There's one last thing I can help you with, third promise. You need to find the Golden City, right? That's the end goal. Then I suggest you talk to the Yakui. They once ruled over far more than just Urkapacha and the Pelu Pelu. 1,000 years ago, they were the overlords of Yaktural and all its peoples. During that era, the Pelu Pelu were commanded to search for a city of gold. They scoured every corner of the continent but never found any trace of that fabled place. But if they didn't find anything, what could the Yakui have to tell us? They may not have found it, but the fact that they thought to look for it at all makes me curious. Perhaps there's value in delving into how the legend originated. We lose nothing from asking the question, besides, if we're determined to follow the path of the saga, we'll be visiting the giants eventually. Ah, boy, that's a really big mountain. Oh, Trial. I have a question I've been meaning to ask, and since we finished with the feat, where did you acquire that earring? My earring? Do you recognize it? Yes. Pieces just like it first became fashionable in Yaktural around 20 years ago. Since then, it's become common to wear one as a charm for safe travel. 20 years ago. Right about the time my grandfather made his journey, yet the Dawn Servant implied the earring was connected to the Golden City in some way. Surely there was more to its significance than simple fashion. If you want to know how it first came to be crafted, I could try to find out. Seeing as it's a regular seller for my merchants, I'm curious to learn about it myself. I would appreciate that very much, thank you. Jumping feet first into the peddler business, eh, Mablu? Right then, that's 2 keystones down. I say we head back to Tuliolal and plan our next move. Farewell for now, and thanks for all your help. I will become Dawn Servant, so make sure you set aside your best mezcal for the occasion. She has a fearsome opponent in that brother of hers. He even brought a golden alpaca to heal. But you've heard Zeralja's supporters talk. They might see opportunity in his expansionist ambitions, but they find the man himself intimidating. Terrifying, even. Whereas I've grown to love Woklamat. Everyone she meets will come to love her too, and that's why she'll win the throne. You might be right, Mablu. You might be right. It feels good to have the feet of gold safely under our belt. Even if my victory pales beside Zeralja and his shiny golden alpaca. I know I shouldn't let it bother me, and gods know you all have been so supportive. But I want to be strong, or wise, like my brothers. To be a promise that people respect. Which is not likely if I stand here carrying on and on about things. Let's move on. Back to Balyavtai with us. The contest has hardly begun. Again, that's a mouthful. All of this is a mouthful. Oh god, right, the music here is amazing. Well, while we wait for people to load in. Look at us. The contest has barely begun and we already have 2 keystones. Surely even my talented brothers aren't doing this well. We can only hope. Yay, level 91, let's go. We've now won keystones from both the Feet of Reeds and the Feet of Gold. Surely that means our approach to the contest was the right one. So it would seem. By continuing to retrace Gulu Jaja's journey as presented in the saga, we should find the remaining electors in turn. And let's visit the Giants next. Like Carl said, the fact that they were searching for the Golden City might mean they know something useful. The home of the Yakhui is in the upper reaches of Urkopacha. Unless you're keen on scaling the cliffs, we'll have to take the long way around through Kozamauka. This route will take us close to the Moblin village, which is another important location in the saga. Since we'll need all the keystones eventually, it makes sense to pay them a visit while we're passing through. So we call Moblins first then. Let's head there right now. I'm afraid right now is going to be a problem. The flight of we wingless, the great stairs leading to the Moblin settlement collapsed in the storm. What are we to do then? There is an alternative, but it requires preparation. Until it's ready, you could rest at the cabins or see more of the city, whatever you prefer. Just to be sure, you'll accept any method of travel as long as it gets us to our destination? Of course, who do you take me for? And as your guide, I will see to the arrangements. Well, it seems we have some free time on our hands. Let us make the most of it. I need to get my axe repaired. I nicked the blade pretty badly when I took a swing at Bakul Jaja. That reminds me. I never got around to introducing you to Ropely, did I? He's the man in charge of Wachumeki Meki, and a good person to know. Want to come along? Yeah, I'm down. Let's go then. I'm down to meet new people. Ready? The markets of Wachumeki Meki are to the east on the other side of Bayside Bevy. This is Aunt Cheese Tacos, named for its owner here, the lovely Chisol. If you're after the best tacos in Tuliola, this place sits at the top of this Balya of Thai. You say that, Third Promise, but you only ever eat old Brook Ivu's food. Come and buy mine for a change. Sorry, T-Soul. It has been a while, hasn't it? I swear I'll stop for a bite once the contest is over. I'll come with. I still hate that we were denied tacos. Because Big McDumbface stepped on them. My, the Third Promise. How might I assist you this fine morning? Well met, Ropley. I need to buff a nasty nick out of my axe blade. Yes, it's been chipped quite terribly. Trying to cleave rocks again, worry? Or something like that. Think you can fix it? You stand among Tyrell's most prestigious gathering of artisans and ask this question. 'Tis child's play. We'll have it repaired for you in 2 shakes of an alpaca's tail. Good to hear. I leave it in your capable hands. Who's your companion, if I may ask? This is Pennifer, a great adventurer I recruited from across the salt. I brought her here to meet you, actually. Thought she might have reason to visit Wachumeki Meki sooner or later. Then allow me to introduce myself. I am Ropley, humble representative of this grand center of trade. A pleasure to meet you, Pennifer. You there. Stop dithering in the shadows and announce your business already. I've seen that man somewhere before. A jewelry maker you met on the voyage over? Oh, I remember. I spoke with him too. Fun-geon? Yes, that was his name. You've been loitering like a flighty admirer who can't pluck up the courage to confess his feelings. Out with it then. Why are you here? That is to say... And we're no close to solving that enigma. I wonder if he could use someone to talk to. I say we go and ask. Let me know by Link Pearl if you find him first. Alu, man, where did you run off to? Oh my god, it's a Froggo. Boy, where did this guy run off to? Certainly not up here. Maybe more out to the beach then. And by further out to the beach, I mean actually further out to the beach, because this is a big circle of exploration. Good god, this place is gorgeous. He can't possibly be out here. Okay, I think they're G-posing, because that's the camera symbol. So I'm not gonna get in their way. Oh, here he is. Hiding. You were conversing with Master Ropley, but wait. We've met before, haven't we? On the ship. You found him? Good, I'll be right there. Why did you run off like that? Did you have business with Ropley or not? Please, you needn't concern yourselves with my affairs. I'm undeserving of such attention. What are you going on about? I beg of you, do not ask me to explain. Do not. Sorry, but the more you tell me not to, the more curious I become. Besides, you look like you need a friend. You are too kind. So be it, I suppose I can share with you a morsel of my misery. Before I came to Tuliolel, I worked as a goldsmith at the most prestigious jewelry maker in all of Ul'dah, Esthames Aesthetics. Oh, it started off well enough, but as the days passed, everything began to go wrong. Compared to the masterpieces of my talented colleagues, my products are lacking. Mediocre. I lost all confidence. Crippling doubt had possessed me, and any veneer of bravado I tried to put forth soon cracked beneath its weight. Thus did I take ship, hoping to find a fresh beginning on new shores, yet as you witnessed, I lack the courage to even approach a potential employer. You stand before a man, wallowing in the wreckage of his ill-spent existence. Alright then, you offered a morsel, then served us the full course. You must have really wanted someone to hear your story. If you like, I could try to give you a few words of advice. Then, you have experience with my predicament? Of feeling terribly inadequate compared to your undeniably superior peers? Well, when you put it that way, yeah? Not me, I'm Wuklamat, third promise of Tuliolal. Daughter of the Dawn Servant. Of course, you're a member of the royal family. Please forgive my presumptuousness. But what of you? Have you ever measured your work against that of your colleagues and found yourself wanting? You can't measure your worth by the success of others. True. But then you'll never feel worthy. How can I not? Should my work not meet the same exacting standards, no new commissions will be forthcoming. What then was the point of my becoming a goldsmith? Looking back, 'twas my father who inspired me to take up the trade. His exquisite creations brought radiant smiles to the faces of his clients, and I admired him deeply for it. But in the course of striving to be as great a goldsmith as him, I lost sight of my original motivation. All I ever wanted was to spread joy through my craft as he did. Perhaps I will give this one last try. Thank you both for reminding me of what is truly important. What is truly important? Oh, sorry, Pennifer. I didn't mean to ignore you. But yes, I'm glad to see Fun-geon is giving himself another chance. Ooh. Food. I can't help but wonder if Fun-geon will follow through. Let's see if he's actually gone to talk with Brooklyn. Boo-ba-doo-boo-doo. Oh, I should have gone up to there because that's closer, but that's fine. I don't mind running through the city. Boo-doo, 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 boo. Was kind of you to come, but you needn't worry. I found my courage. Hooray! Pray accept my apologies for my earlier behavior. My name is Fun-geon and I am a goldsmith from Ul'da in faraway Eorzea. I realize this is a bold request, but I should like to continue practicing my trade here in Wakumeki, if you will have me. I ask only for the opportunity to bring happiness to others with my creations. So that's what it was all about. You were looking for work. Consider yourself hired. Wakumeki is always in need of skilled craftsmen and women. I'll handle the necessary paperwork. Can you start tomorrow? Yes, of course. I must thank you both again for your sage and timely advice. I don't know that I was all that helpful. But you were. Had you not come to speak to me, I would not have had that moment of much-needed self-reflection. The arrangements have been made. Come and meet me at the entrance of High Tide Harbor. Oh, I almost forgot. Do you have my axe ready, Ropley? Ready and waiting. Behold the sublime touch of our Wakumeki artisan. Oh ho! It's as sharp and deadly as the first day I held it. Thank you. Well, good luck to you, Fun-geon. Let me know if that doubt creeps back in. I'd be happy to talk you out of it. As for us, we should head for the harbor. Wouldn't want to keep Erenville waiting. Going on a boat ride, eh? This might lead to a dungeon. Honestly, this probably leads to a dungeon. Enough of this secrecy. What's this big plan of yours? Looks there. That is my big plan. What is that? That's what I'm saying. What is that? Is that a manatee? It's a Punuti. She'll be pulling our boat upriver. How do you know she won't thrash about and sink us instead? They're gentle and timid creatures, for the most part. She's unlikely to cause a fuss unless you give her reason to. First alpacas, now Punutis. We're relying on a lot of animals for this journey. We should be thankful we have an animal expert as our guides then. But did it have to be my old nemesis? Another boat. Well, I took you for someone who was up to the challenge. Was I wrong? Long ago, when fighting still raged between the clans, the inhabitants of Kozama-uka rode these riverboats to move swiftly through hostile territory. But the vessels see little use with Tural now at peace, so I was able to borrow one of the few which remain. I did consider a dirigible, but the pilots warned me that the updrafts near the falls would make landing difficult. You said you borrowed one, yet there appear to be several on the water. Oh, Kawana. Lamati, traveling up the river, I presume? Seems that way. Does this mean you've earned 2 keystones already? I can't believe how well you managed despite undertaking the contest alone. I was never alone. I've had my own entourage with me since the beginning. Ayo? My friends, it's been, well, not that long. Thancred, Ryanje, what are you doing here? Ayo? The Uncle Squad returns? Escorting a promise, the same as you. I'd heard much of the incomparable Archons during my time at the studio. As soon as the contest was confirmed, I thought who better to recruit to my cause. I contacted the Scholar, who arranged an introduction to these 2 gentlemen. The second promise had specific requirements. They who would be his assistants must boast both proven survival skills and mastery of the arcane arts. Thus did Thancred and I receive the summons. My own studies concentrated on technology which our people could readily use, such as inventions born of magitech or clever engineering. Where magic was concerned, I covered only the foundation. Knowing you 2, I expect you had other reasons for accepting the job. A few. The nation of Tuliolal expands an entire continent. Depending on who wins the throne, the world may be plunged into instability once more. Ever have we striven to preserve peace? Where is our place if not here and now? We did our due diligence, of course, and made sure of who we were working with before agreeing to this endeavor. He's even more opaque than Urianger at times, but is surprisingly... That is quite enough of that. We must be on our way. Wait, I have one question before you leave. Kawana and Wuklamat are vying for the throne. As Kawana's entourage, does that mean you're resolved to defeat all his opponents, including us? We are sworn to do all in our power to win this contest for Kawana, even if it means competing against our own comrades. We intend to hold nothing back and expect you to do the same. Yay! And we won't disappoint you. Damn straight. Or damn pan. Nothing straight about me. I thought you were taking a boat. If even you have been forced to travel on water, then the others will be doing the same. I would rather walk than risk confrontation on a leaky barge with no possibility of retreat. That's gonna be quite a walk. It's true that I can't stand boats. But I trust the route Erenville has chosen for us. Leave the handling of the Punati to me. Should other wildlife attack us, however, I may have difficulty keeping her under control. Do your best to draw them away, as far from the front of the boat as possible. Sounds like a dungeon to me! Then we shall remain on deck and stand guard, although it may be wise to have at least one of us sit up front with Erenville just in case. I'd like to stay on the deck. I'm eager to put my pictomancy to the proof. And I'll take any chance to show you that I can hold my own on the battlefield. I believe in you, Kryl. We're gonna do some fancy art together. Then Kyle will stand on guard with Pennifer. I'll keep Erenville company then. With my blade, I can respond more quickly to threats than Alphino. Thank you. If a fight breaks out, I'll try to stay out of your way. And I shall endeavor to provide aid where it is needed. I can do that as well. Yippee! That should cover most eventualities. Secure your gear and board the boat when you're ready. Please be a dungeon. Please be a dungeon. Please be a dungeon. Yeah. But this ugly sucker's not a dungeon. Let the hunt begin. Please be a dungeon. Come on. Come on. Dungeon! Yippee! First Dawntrail dungeon, and it sinks to level 92, so I can use this. Yippee! There is only one other person online in the FC, and they are... Well, the dungeon queue time shouldn't be that long, because this is current expansion content. So we can just stand here and vibe. And also, once we get a dungeon, we're eating one of our tacos. We are going to eat one of our tacos. In fact, while we're waiting in queue, I'm gonna go to my retainer to put some stuff away. So that I'm not carrying a bunch of junk. But yippee! First dungeon! First dungeon of the newest expansion, let's go! And we're not even 2.5 hours in. We might not make it to the second dungeon, but we can probably finish the level 91 quests. Boo-ba-doo-boo-boo-doo-boo. Okay, how much has this price tanked? Okay, nobody wants to buy a kitty cat, that's fine. Let's see, I will put away... Die. That. I'm gonna get rid of that, because that's useless. I'll put that away. And I'm saving that for... tomorrow, when the weekly stuff ticks over, and I can trade that into the Domain Restoration for double money. Also, right, I have gold chocobo feathers I can trade in for stuff. Also, chat, my lovely boyfriend said he wants to get into this game eventually, which means eventually we can have a wedding, because the game has weddings. You can rent out the chapel in, I think, South Shroud, reserve it for a specific time, and then when that time comes, you have like a full, huge, fancy wedding ceremony that goes on. It is always super fun to watch. And so yeah, if he gets into this eventually, we can have a wedding. And honestly, it could be fun to stream. If we do get to that point, I will stream it. Boop, boop, ba-doop, boop. Okay, I wonder if the color of that changes based on whatever weapon you have equipped. Or is it always just red? Okay, it's always just red. Good to know. 'Cause it would have been neat if it was a different color based on whatever weapon you had equipped. Let's see, V pose. For victory. Oh, what did we paint? I need to zoom out. Ooh, we painted a butterfly. Cute. Also, I love that little wink. Just like tilt up the head and go, "Nyeh." Also, this dungeon name is also a mouthful. Ihubikatumu. I think that is how it's pronounced. Ihubikatumu. But that is, again, a mouthful and a half. I know my head's blocking it a little, but we already have 2 DPS in the queue, me and another person. We just need a tank and a healer, and then we're good to go. Man, this music is just so relaxing. Like, holy crap, is it relaxing. Also, I do need to put these in my glamour dresser to see how they... Okay, these would be really cute with this top if I dye them properly. Like, I could dye them... Yeah, black would be really good. Or purple. No, not that bright. Currant's not a bad color. You know, that dark gray also looks good. And what's the other dye on it? Belt, okay. I could dye the belt green to match the jacket. But yeah, when the next expansion for this comes out, I am doing it day one. I am going to suffer through login queue and all the fun shenanigans to do the expansion day one and just push through it. I will finally be one of those Final Fantasy XIV streamers who is doing the new content when it's new, and not doing it months or years down the line. Like, I should be caught up with the post-expansion by the time patch 5.0 comes out, meaning I can do that quest the moment, or the day it's released, or those quests. Same with 5.5, or not 5.5, 7.5, or on patch, it's at patch 7, 5 with Shadowbringers. And you know, since this is going to send us elsewhere, I am going to do my daily scratcher tickets while I'm waiting in queue. Because once we finish the dungeon, I'm going to be deposited in a different zone, so I don't have to worry about spending money. So I could just go and screw around a little and do the do my scratch it tickets. Because it is always worth doing those. Because it only costs 10 and you're guaranteed to get... Well, you're guaranteed to get more than 10. The smallest prize is 36, so you will at least be guaranteed triple what you spend. That's what, 12? That's not worth enough. Okay, 300's fine. No win there. And how much do I have? 159,000. Can I get anything good? Maybe like an emote or something. Because I got the Shake Drink emote. I have Big Green Expression. I have the Thavenarian Dance. I could buy the Bee's Knees. I have the the Sheath and Draw emotes. So I'll buy the Bee's Knees. It's the one dance everybody uses. Oh my god, Naked Cat Girl. I'm just gonna scooch over so my head blocks her. Don't need no Naked Cat Girl on the stream. Hell yeah, basic white girl dance. Also, let's go, dungeon! The Bee's Knees is just like the most basic white girl dances, honestly. Oh, this music's great. Hammer! 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 Ooh, rain. Oh, what does this dude want? Can I smack you with my hammer repeatedly until you stop existing? Hammer. Hammer. Well, of course it's not going to plan. You're doing stupid stuff. Okay, dickhead. Of course it's a cowardly move. This guy's a pussy. If he can't win an unfair fight, he's just going to keep cheating. Oh my fucking god, it's called Appreciate the Homie. I fucking... Oh my god, shit, that's fucking funny as hell. Holy shit. Appreciate the homie. Oh, fuck me. I got baited. Hammer. Strategy boards are amazing. Because people do nothing but memes with them. Hammer. Let's go! That was a fun fight. Don't need. I should also prep my spells while I am out of combat, since it's instant. No sense not doing that and having to hardcast in. Hammer. Hammer. I said hammer. Let's go, got another cast off. Hammer. Why is it more maiming boots? That's the second time in 2 chests that it's been maiming boots. I can't maim, I'm a caster, I need magic. Oh, and that is 650. That is not better than what I currently have, but it's getting there. Slime. Ugh. Hammer. 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 Ooh, roll a 69 on it. Don't sneeze on me, sucker. Hammer. And I said hammer. Ooh, Pictoman's Mastery 4. Well, that doesn't matter here because I'm still at level 92. But yippee! I think I've got the endgame rotation down. We are cooking. Aiming, no. Healing, no. I can't use either of those. Smudge. Hammer. Oh, that is a big and ugly. That looks like a final boss. Hammer. Oh, look at the numbers go. Numbers go brr. Hammer. God, I expected this first dungeon to be fun, but it is really fun. It's not as, like, super high stakes as the first Endwalker dungeon. It's just, okay, we're fighting through the jungle. That's our end goal. Fight through the jungle for fun. I don't like whatever kind of bug this is. It's nasty. Hammer. I'll pop this. Hammer. Then I can do this one. Gets me a free cast of this. And then we can move into our spicy single target damage. Alright, because we also got a free cast of that. Oh, good golly gods, that was almost really bad. This is also really bad. Ow. Well, that hurt, but not as much as I was anticipating. Bop. Hammer. I'm out here greeting damage, but I don't care. Greeting damage works. Yippee! GG! That was fun. That was a lot of fun. I loved the mechanics of that fight. Like, that one with the wind just moving, and every so often it would send out a burst of wind in cardinal direction, so you had to watch out for where it's moving. That's actually a unique mechanic. And first dungeon done. GG, yippee. Okay, I'm going to commendate you, my good sir. I don't need that. I can't use that. I really can't use that. But yay, that was fun.
This is as far as we can go on foot, it seems. We'll have to head back and see about fixing the boat.
Hey! Everyone all right?
I was worried we might not catch up to you. Those caverns you traversed were dug by the Yakuza in their search for gold. Remnants of their excavations can be found throughout this region. While I appreciate the lesson, oh wise guard, are we landing this boat anytime soon? Our river journey is almost over. For proof of that, you need only look ahead. Oh, this is pretty. The falls are impressive enough from a distance, but it's almost too much now. Yes, amazing. Now please let me off. Nope, no more boats. Are you? Oh, you're not alright. I should be surprised if she was. Even without the nausea, we're all spent. There is a mountain shelter nearby, a resting spot for those who've ascended the stairs. I suggest we make use of it. That would be a welcome respite. Have you the strength for a short walk, Wuklamat? We can rest along the way too. Damn it all. A promise is meant to lead from the front, not mule and moan like a sick kitten. Wuklamat. Ignore me. It's the nausea talking. I'm fine, really. Lead on, I'll follow. Very well, but if I might say one thing... Just because you're a promise or claimant for the throne doesn't mean you can't be seen to struggle. You needn't bear this burden alone, so please don't hesitate to talk to us. We're always willing to lend an ear. But Kryl, I... Leaning on others is a skill all leaders require. You as well, Pennifer? Of course. I've always believed this is my problem alone, but perhaps you have the right of it. Okay, so we're all just gonna nod now. We're all just going to take turns nodding. Alright, I'll talk about things. Just give me a moment to collect my thoughts. Of course, as long as you need. We'll be waiting at the shelter when you're ready. Okay, so we're at this part of here now. Part we couldn't get to earlier. I've long felt that I could never tell anyone when I was confused or hurting, that admitting to weakness would bring shame to Papa's name. But if you say you're willing to listen, then there are things I'd like to talk about. Come on, let's catch up to the others. I could start getting Aether Currents again. Yippee! Because I need the last 5, and then to do the quests. And it is gorgeous up here, like holy crap. Okay, just south, probably behind this rock. If I can climb. Tricky, putting it a little bit out of the way. But that does mean a chance to adventure. Okie dokie, artichoke. Next on the agenda is Northwest. And we'll probably end up by there so I can attune to that as well. Oh, that is a massive expanse of water. I'm gonna have to go around that, because it is faster to go around than it is to try to swim through it. Oh, but the Aether Current's on that little island. Okay, well, we could head this way and then up. Because I saw that island, like, there's gonna be one there, isn't there? There is. And yeah, with that dungeon, we should be close to our level 82 MSQ. Yep, there it is. I figured as much. 3 more to go. Oh, 4 more to go. Oh, 3 more. Okay, it just ticked. 3 more. Next one. North. Straight north. The only straight that I'll ever go. We got 3 more here, 5 more in the other zone, and then the obligatory quests. 1 main quest and 4 side quests, and then we will have flying here. Two to go. Southwest, a ways. I misread that creature's name as Bird of Ligama, and I was like, who decided that? But no, that does not say Ligama, no matter how funny that would be. Okay, straight south. Roughly. Well, if that was our first dungeon, I can't wait to see what the first trial is going to be like. Since, again, the world is not on fire and we don't have any major pressing threats we need to take care of. Aside from that big, dumb, two-headed jerk. I assume we're gonna get to clown on him, and I can't wait to kick his dumb butt. Okay, 1 more. Northwest. Probably can't go through here, or shouldn't go through here, so we can head this way. Attune, or get the last one. Yeah, no, it is attuning. Attune to the last one, attune to that, and honestly, we could fill out the rest of the map while we're here. That'll be a little 80 bits of extra experience. Oh. Don't want to aggro the iguana. And I do want to go this way. Oh, that's a big boy. Okay, that gets that, so we just have to attune, grab what's up there, and then head to the story area. Easy peasy. Oh, this person that I've been seeing around who's also apparently doing the story too. And I can only assume they're doing the story because I keep running into them where story stuff is. Okay, west, so it's gonna be in there. Okie dokie. I can grab that, then I can head east. East? I thought you said west. Then I can get the other Aetheryte and do the quest. Gonna do the exploring now, and I assume that and that are two of the quests I need for currents. Which I can take care of off-stream. Since I have all those Aetherytes unlocked, I could easily take care of those. And the final of these. Yoink. Onwards, Lady Eclair. We must escape. Then we just have that, and that to fill in on the map. Easy peasy. Sneak around this fellow. I was gonna say sneak around this one, but we pulled aggro. Thankfully, we are too fast. He is slow. Look at him hobbling after us. We are just zooming. One might even say we are zoomers. But not really. I'm not a zoomer. I'm not that young. Or young in general. I'm quite old. While we're running, I'm gonna nibble on the last little bit of my sour candy. Yay, we filled it in. Let's go. We should stop here for the night. I understand the desire to rush ahead, but we need to recuperate from our punishing river adventure. Then let's settle in. We'll need a cook fire and there's meal preparation to be done.
I've been meaning to ask, but how does
this one become the adopted child of the Dawn Servant?
I was but a ball of fuzz at the time, so I don't remember much. My earliest memories are of life in the palace. All I know is that I was born in Ikbrash, a village in Yaktel. But I've never bothered to return there. As far as I'm concerned, Ulul Jaja is my only parent.
I quite understand. I have no memories of my birth parents either. For a while, I wanted to learn who they were. But over time, that curiosity waned. Galuf was my dear grandfather, and he was all I needed.
So our situations were quite similar. Even though Papa already had a trueborn son, he raised me and Kona with no less love. One time, I'd wandered off alone into the forest and gotten lost. Before I became a meal for some beast, Papa dropped everything and came to my rescue. I was scared and sobbing and ready for a scolding, but the head of resolve praised me for surviving the ordeal. I did get my lecture from the head of reason, though. He went on and on about the dangers of the jungle and all the horrible ways I could have died. Growing up, Papa was kind and patient, but a tyrant when it came to training. Now, of course, I realize he was preparing me for my duties as a promise. For all the good it did. There's so much I failed to learn about my own country. Whether it's alpacas or Ihihana, I hardly know anything. I've lived such a sheltered life, yet convinced myself I understood Tural and its people. I don't have Kona's education, or Zoralja's strength. I'm all bluff and bravado, not fit to bear my title. Don't compare myself to my siblings, you mean? I think I see what you're saying. My reasons for joining the contest have nothing to do with my brothers. It's always been about the Turali and what I can do for them.
You said it yourself. How important it is to properly know something. To hear the voices of others, empathize with how they feel, and think how best to serve. In so doing, you'll come ever closer to being the person you wish to be.
I'm sorry, everyone. I've been a fool. From this moment on, I'll stop trying to be the promise I'm not. I won't feign strength to hide my weaknesses. Step by step, I'll learn all there is to know and love about... It might not be the smoothest path, but it'll be a path of my own making. I will find a city of gold for all of us, along with the answers you seek about your grandfather, Kryl. I swear.
I appreciate it, Wuklamart, but you needn't take on that burden as well. Galuf Baldessian dedicated his life to protecting people from all manner of threats. As his granddaughter, I wouldn't wish to endanger others for the sake of a personal investigation. So let's just concentrate on winning the contest. We have a shared goal, and, if at all possible, I'd rather we enjoy the journey.
Hear, hear. We are companions on the same road, bound for the same destination. With our combined talents, nothing will stop us from reaching the Golden City.
Thank you. Thank you all. I am proud to call you my friends.
He's smiling. Yay. Ooh.
Thank you. Thank you all. I am proud to call you my friends.
They seem to be enjoying themselves. Are you sure you don't want to go and say a word to your sister?
Nay, there is no need for that. But what of you two? Wuklamat's allies are your comrades. It must feel strange to be rivals.
Helping you has made us rivals, aye, but we're not about to break into fisticuffs over it. Unless, of course, it is a matter of winning or losing the contest. Then I'll have no qualms about putting Alizé on her rear.
Despite our long history, never have I been given the chance to test myself against our companions. The thought stirreth within me a most unexpected sense of competition.
Lamachi has surrounded herself with distinguished figures indeed. One of the Studium's finest graduates, the head of the students of Bardessian. And then there's Eorzea's vaunted champion. If she's half the hero you say, then the odds are stacked against us. Not that I've any intention of bowing out. Our time in Urkelpacha only served to strengthen my resolve. We saw how a single storm cut off the alpaca roots and threw my people's lives into disarray. Such uncertainties are why I advocate for the adoption of Sharlayan innovations, that Tuli Yolal might know greater stability and prosperity. Our nation can change for the better, and I will be the man to change it.
Well, it's a start. I imagine your experiences on this journey, all the things you'll hear and feel and think, will help you refine
Not the hear, feel, think.
But to return to the subject of the rite, I'm a touch concerned by the condition for victory. The claimant who breaks the seal becomes Dawnservant, not the one who performed the 7 feats first.
The would-be victor need only possess the 7 keystones.
That is correct. As the contest wears on, we must brace ourselves for greater conflict.
Your rivals still lag behind. The second and third promise may have recruited competent lackeys, but none compared to you. How can they hope to compete with the resilient son? The only child ever sired by a two-head. Only the ignorant or foolish could fail to see that you were born
to be Dawn's servant.
Such titles mean nothing.
I neglected to mention. When I first heard the rumors that the contest involved the Golden City, I spoke in confidence with Gulul Jaja's inner circle. They all agreed on one thing. Whoever reaches the City of Gold will attain a power so great, it can dictate the course of history. If this power truly exists, then I humbly beg a fair share of it. Time is passing, and I would put my plans in motion without delay. The useless tool is cast aside after all. And just so there is no misunderstanding, you consent to this course, no matter who is made to suffer.
In battle, everyone bleeds. The Dawn's promise is no exception. What better lesson to teach our people the folly of war?
I don't like this one bit.
I was hoping for a good scrap, but this bloated sack of bile was no challenge at all. I wonder if the house cat is dead yet. Be ashamed to lose a plaything, but we'd still have 2 more.
If I may ask, Chosen One, what are your plans for Tuliyollal after you take the throne?
Plans? What makes you think we care about all that? We care only about the contest and proving our superiority. That would surely please Mother and Father. Yes, and when we become Dawn's servant, we'll drive out the weakling masses and invite our kin to live in the city. Fine idea! Our family deserves better than that rotten jungle. Back to it then. We must catch up to that one-headed pretender and remind him of the natural order.
I made it.
I thought we were missing someone. Where have you been?
Oh, I feared I was done for when I fell from the boat. Yet somehow I made it. Oh, my arms, I can barely lift them. If I could just rest a moment.
You expect us to wait for you? Those who can't keep up will be left behind. My brother has spoken. March, or be fodder for the beasts.
But I followed the teachings. Everything I've done, everything I've sacrificed, all has been for the blessed seedlings. Wait. Don't leave me behind! I'm begging you!
You picked the wrong person to follow, my guy. Being able to say those things has brought me such relief. It's like a stone has been lifted off my chest and I can take a full breath at last. I don't want to encumber myself like that again. I want to be better, will be better, for myself and for my people. Yay, we're on level 92 quests now. The Moblin settlement of Earthenshire is not far from here, but be warned, the road we'll be taking is a favored hunting ground for bandits. With the stairs currently impassable, there will be fewer travelers, meaning the brigands will be desperate for victims to ambush. Although considering present company, I suppose my concern is unwarranted. Bandits on the road? What have Zoralaja and the Landsguard been doing? Seems it's up to me to restore order to the area. Oh boy. And off she goes again. For now, we'll head west and aim for the bank of the second river. Womp womp. Oh, I should pop these just in case. Hey, Banditos. Looks like we're gonna be fighting Banditos soon. Well, where are these bandits? Apparently they're not foolish enough to attack a party of this size. Earthenshire is just a little farther ahead on the opposite bank of Miyakabek Zoma, but let's remain vigilant all the same. Yeah, these idiots attacked me, I'm going to kick their butts. And I'm gonna be smug about it. Because they're gonna get their butts whooped by an artist. Not somebody with a big pointy sword, or a bunch of smaller swords. They're gonna get painted to death. Ooh, I got a title. On the trail. Trail of what? Who knows? I'll stick with Imperial Nuisance for now, because I like being a nuisance. This is it, the village where the Lay of Pots from the Tuliolo saga took place. Earthenshire, Idleshire, might the similarity be a cultural inclination, I wonder? The settlements themselves couldn't be more different though. This shire appears custom built to resemble Pots, while the other is a repurposed town. Welcome to Earthenshire. Do I have the pleasure of happy greeting the third Primus and her retinue? That's us. We're looking for the Dawn Servant Elector if you happen to know who that is. You are exchanging tongue flaps with her right now. Ready Rock is the Elector you seek. Oh, that's helpful. You can cut straight to performing the feat. As much as Ready Rock would like to do just that, we have a much more pressing worry. The storm which hit our village shattered the cliffs and dropped rocks on our brain cases. Many help hands for the pot sworn were injured. This is no time for feats or metal tests. I'm sorry to hear that. After learning what the storm did to the stairs, I feared you'd been caught in its path. Not to change the subject, but what are the Potsworn? Goldsmith contracted to work with the Moblins. The word comes from the pot-like workshops where they practice their craft. The Moblins provide these Potsworns with tools, materials, living quarters, everything the artisans could possibly need. This allows them to concentrate on producing what is widely known as the finest gold and metalwork in Tural. This is unacceptable. I was promised no distractions. If this is the best they can offer, I should have never left Wachumeki Meki. You see, the Potsworn desert us. Without enough healthy help hands, we are failing to uphold our side of the Pot Pact. Should all our Potsworn leave, Earthenshire will grind to a halt. We have to do something and do it soon. Let us stand in for the injured helpers. It would give me the chance to learn more about your people and your village, and if it brings us closer to beginning the feast, then all the better. This isn't strictly part of the contest, so don't feel obligated to join in. Take a rest while you can. I'll help. I was hoping you'd say that. I actually wasn't sure I could do this on my own. We'll all help. I doubt any of us could just sit around and watch. We'll take every help hand we can get. Ready Rock Truth swears that once the Potsworn have their perfect workshops again, we will commence the feat with all haste. You and the third promise can assist help hand Rakarok. You other four, follow Ready Rock. There are other help hands in need of hand lending. I really appreciate you pitching in. I meant what I said at Many Fires. There'll be no more feigning strength, no more playing at being an invincible promise. If there's one thing I've learned on this journey, it's how practiced you are at aiding those in need. And I mean to make the most of having such an incredible mentor at my side. Now, let's find this Rakarok fellow and see what we can do for him. Hell yeah. Something tells me maybe bandits? 'Cause I don't mind fighting bandits. Banditos. Also, let's see, now that we're 84, 94, what did we get? Pictomancy Mastery 4. Okay, it increases the potency of everything. Including hammer. Hammer. So at 96, we get Claw Motif, Maw Motif, Clawed Muse, and Fanged Muse, which turns this into a 4-part combo, technically 6, because you would do Palm, Wing, then Palm, Wing, and it's... Wasn't it Mog of the Ages? Which I don't see, but I'm also probably blind. So he pops that. which lets you use Palm Muse. Wing motifs use a Winged Muse. And then... yeah, Mark of the Ages. Which then... once you do this combo, you do Clawed Muse, Fanged Muse, and then... Mark of the Ages becomes Retribution of the Medine. And at 100 we get Star Prism, which is big dick damage and healing. Which... so if I'm in the stack, oops, if I'm in Starry Muse... yeah, right, so pop that. I pop that 5 times. That gives me an instant cast of that for big dick damage. And I imagine this at 96... no, at 100 will give me that. It's probably a trait for that. Yeah, you get Starstruck upon getting Starry Muse, which lets me use that. And if I'm still in Starry Muse, then I can use a stack of Hyperphantasia, which... oh, so I'd pop that, I could do that 4 times, and I would do that. And then that gives me an okay, so that becomes a rotation. Okay. Oh, howdy, howdy, Nightmare. Welcome, welcome. I am doing pretty swell. How are you? Rakarok can meet his obligations without more help hands. The pot pact is broken and the pots are emptying. You've come to aid Rakarok. Rakarok, accept your hand-lending with joyous feel smiles. If we can offer the Potsworn their promised good living, we might save the day yet. Whatever you need. Ooh, modeling sounds fun. What Rakarok needs is for new help hands to create good living for Potsworn Kahi. The help hands assigned to Kahi was hurt during the rock rain, so Rakarok took over, but he knows nothing of Kahi. What does Kahi want? What does Kahi need? Help hands do not bother the Potsworner's straight task. Our job is to observe and anticipate, to prepare things with guest think. Please, guest think with Rakarok, find out what Kahi is lacking so we can provide it. You can count on us. This is where Kahi works, is it? Is it? Let's take a peek inside then. That must be Kahi. It'd be a lot quicker if we could just talk to him, but that's not the way they do things around here, apparently. You'll have to leave him be and try our hand as some guests think. Well, he looks like he's sweating up a storm, so maybe he needs some air? Water? He must be boiling sitting so close to the furnace, and there's no airflow to speak of. How could anyone work in that stifling heat? Well, he has no shortage of crafting materials. There must be something else he's missing. Air. He's barely touched his meal. That dish is meant to be eaten hot or loses its savor. Yeah, I can't imagine trying to eat something hot in this heat. Those tools are looking pretty worn down. Maybe it's time for new ones. So he needs air so he's not sweating up a storm, and he needs new tools. Alright, after taking a good look, I think I have an idea of what things Kahi might want to improve his working conditions. Let's head back outside and talk to Rakarok. Tools and air. Like, it's gotta be sweltering in there. Bum, bum, ba-dum, bum. You made your observations? What did you just think? First up, I noticed Kahi hasn't touched his food, and an empty belly can't be good for his concentration. Maybe the cooking isn't to his liking? But our food is very mouth-pleasing. Why wouldn't he want to eat it? But Rakarok is sure of nothing when it comes to Kahi's tastes. I can help you with that. My brother Kawana is also Hetsato, and while everyone has their personal preferences, there are some they tend to share, like an aversion to piping hot dishes. If it was brought to him like that, Kahi probably wouldn't have been able to eat it until it cooled down, and by the time he came back to it, he might have found it cold and unappetizing. The simplest solution is to serve dishes that taste good no matter the temperature. Rakarok never would have thought of that. Would the third promise mind explaining things to our cook? Not at all. But I don't think that was the only reason Kahi couldn't concentrate. The Hetsato homeland is hot and dry, but even Kahi seemed to be suffering in front of that furnace. Is there any way you can cool down the workshop? Oh, we can try a drafty shard. They make a lovely breeze. Do you know where we can get one of those? You can gather them from the Shoals of No Return. There are many old boats there, abandoned by those who gave up on their search for the Golden City. So we salvage from the wrecks. Could you handle that for us, Pennifer? Absolutely. Oh, and one more thing. From what I could tell, Kafi's files and saws and things were very worn down. Maybe a new set of tools is in order? Rakarok was too preoccupied with stocking materials, a serious oversight which he will rectify. Supplying good tools for good living is a help-hand's responsibility. Then we all have work to do. We can meet back here when our tasks are done. The Shoals of No Return are past the crags, a tunnel southeast of here. You should be able to spot the passage from just outside the village. Okay, so maybe fight some stuff and get a... I'm probably gonna fight something, but I'm down for a fight. You're Pennifer, aren't you? What brings you out here? Things and stuff. Stuff and things. Ah, the issue with caring for the Potsworn. When they approached me with that same problem, I suggested they commission artisans in Charlotte instead. The quality of craftsmanship would be guaranteed after all. However, the Moderns did not care for the idea. Surely it would be more effective to engage a uniformly trained collective. I cannot understand their fixation on individual contracts. Perhaps the custom will make more sense once we begin the Feat of Pots. Until then, we've been deemed unfit to assist in the matter of help hands and are instead tasked attending the injured. We were on our way back from procuring herbs for Urian J, in fact. Settlements in Kozamauka too have been isolated by the storm's destruction. What would have become of the wounded had we not found a way here? Should I become Dawn's servant, one of my first acts will be to establish reliable trade routes to the capital. When I imagine how much good we can achieve with Charlene technology... My apologies, I have much to consider. If you'll excuse us. We'll meet again soon, I'm sure. Take care, Pennifer. That looks like a tunnel opening to me. Onwards, Lady Eclair. You must go and get the thing. We can ignore the giant iguana. It is no concern and no problem. I think we're almost to the point where we're going to start out leveling our current gear, which is yay. Because I always like the part where you start getting new gear. I still have my level 645 coffers. It's definitely not fiery orange. Probably bright green. Green's usually the color of wind. Hooray! Is that a cool breeze Rackle Rock feels? That it is indeed. Yes, thank you for finding a drafty shard. Rackle Rock will add it to the new set of tools he brought. And I come bearing good food tidings. The cook has prepared a feast fit for the most discerning Hetzaro, and it's on its way even as we speak. Let's go in and see what Kahi thinks of our efforts. I was wondering what occasion called for me to receive so many visitors. A fine meal, new tools, and a welcome source of cool air. Now remember why I signed a pot pact. I'm grateful for your kind considerations. Allow me a moment or two, and I'll reciprocate with a peace worthy of a potsworn. An oil lamp to brighten the halls of Valakshunsa. The craftsmanship satisfies Earthenshire's reputation for quality, I trust. Such luster, such brilliance, truly a gift fit for the Dawn Servant. I'm glad you like it. Considering the time I've wasted till now, I hope to continue crafting at this improved pace. I have a contract to fulfill, after all. Forgive my interruption. Lamati. I am told the Elector has deemed the crisis past and is prepared to task us with the feat. That's great news. Thank you for letting me know. So this is the craft of a potsworn. It is indeed a masterful piece. Thank you for your words of praise, second promise. I drew inspiration from Kozama Uka's natural beauty and sought to capture it in my work. I wondered why the Moblins did not simply build a workshop in the city, and now I have my answer. Even Charlian goldsmiths could not easily replicate such exquisite artistry. One cannot create great things if one lacks creative impetus. Tuliolal, fortunately, does not want for inspiration. Anyone wishing to learn the basics of a craft would do well to study it there. I was raised among Hetsaru, more traditional than most, and the shared ingenuity of Tural's various peoples was eye-opening. You lived as a traditional Hetsaru? I have few fond memories of nomadic life. Hmm? Boom. Rakorok is very grateful to you. I thank you both for your hard-working, clever guesting. When it comes to help handing, knowing the potsworn really is important. Well, that's true for pretty much everyone you meet. It's a lesson I've had drummed into me several times already on this journey. The Elector bids the claimants assemble in the large building on the west side of the village. I will head over after finding Thancred and Urian J. I also ran into the Levier twins on the way here. I took the liberty of directing them to the venue. We're rivals. It's not a job to make sure I know the feat is starting, but even now he's conscientious to a fault. Anyway, let's not keep Ready Rock waiting. That is a massive door. And I am a small cat. Ready Rock thanks you for assisting Help Hand Rakorok. She will announce the feat once the other claimants arrive, so please be patient a little while longer. We might actually get to the second dungeon today, depending on how long it takes to get to level 93. Because there's generally 8 dungeons every 2 levels. I'm happy to report that we were able to convince one of the potsworn to stay. How did you fare? So you managed to do the same. Splendid. Welcome to Earthenshire, First Promise. We support your plans for salt crossings and the new potsworn they will bring. Hail the mighty Zralja. He cleared many piles of rockfall as if they were pebble stones. The resilient son for Dawn Servant. Zralja was clearing fallen rocks. I'm surprised he would volunteer his time for anything unrelated to the contest. Well, well, we meet again. And it's this idiot. This jerk. Just in time for the feat to begin. I'll bet he was already here laying low while the rest of us did all the work. Claimants, your attention please. As Ready Rock has explained, many of our potsworn left us following the storm. The precious metalwork crafted by those artisans brings in much jingly shine from across the salt. Should our stream of trade goods dry up, Earthenshire will suffer. Tuliola merchants will suffer. So Ready Rock sets you this feat. Each of you are to find one clever hand goldsmith to bring back here to us. So we're to recruit new potsworn. Makes sense for the feat of pots. Oh, I know one. Calling this a feat does not justify taking advantage of the claimants and their influence. How does finding workers for you demonstrate their worthiness for the throne? You are free to refuse Ready Rock's request. She will be happy to inform the Dawn servant of Rajaw's disqualification. The right is a means to an end. The steps we take to get there are not important. Then Ready Rock declares the feat of pots begun. But remember, a pot pact must be agreed to willingly. No grab snatching or deceitful tongue flaps. So that big dumb two-headed brute's probably gonna have an issue with that. The Elector said nothing of taking a willing artisan from a rival. Which is exactly what we should do. I really hate this stupid clown. Fine suggestion, brother. I'm glad you think so, brother. Come, let us lay our plans. I can't wait to put this big dumb idiot into the ground, permanently. That nasty brute is up to something. Oh, he's always up to something. He may seek to delay us again, as he did on the river. We can but remain vigilant while we plot our course. What do you think, Wuklamat? Have you any candidates in mind to satisfy this feat? I know some artisans amongst my supporters, but they're all in their twilight years. I couldn't ask them to give up the comforts of Tuliolal to live in this remote village, no matter how beautiful the scenery. Meanwhile, Kona probably has 100 young craftspeople to choose from. Now that I'm comparing us, you understand? That's just statement of fact. I suppose we could try asking around Wachumeki Meki. That seems like a logical place to start. Back to Tuliolal it is. Wait, does that mean we have to take the boat again? No, I can't do it. I can't stomach another boat ride. You said I should share my burden, so I will speak plainly. The truth is, I get really sick on boats. Wuklamat, this is hardly news. But it was brave of you to admit. In any case, we won't be fighting the current this time. Heading downriver will be much smoother. It will? Are you sure? Oh my god, she is the sad cat. Wait, I have something I need to put up on stream. Image. I don't think I have this already. Let's see. There we go. We got the sad cat Woklama that I found online. Props to the artist who made that, because it is so freaking silly. She's literally the sad cat meme, literally. I'm positive, mostly. Okay, I see why people kept saying she's the sad cat. She's literally the sad cat meme. I was like, sad cat? Okay, sure. And now I know why she's the sad cat meme. It's perfect, it's amazing. So I'll have that up whenever we're doing main story for Dawntrail. Because it is perfect, it is fitting. I need a moment. Upriver or downriver? Ihubi Katumu... Ihubi Katumu is too rough for me. Tanaja is a bit more bearable now that I've stopped trying to hide it, but I'd still rather not set foot on a boat if I can help it. Alright, I think I'm ready. Let's see if Master Ropely can help us recruit a Potsworn. Yeah, we're gonna have the sad cat meme up here while we play the game. Cause it is fitting. Greetings, Third Promise. What brings you back to Wachimeki? You've not chipped your axe again, have you? No, Master Ropely, actually I have a favor to ask. So, what do you think? Do you know of any craftsmen who might be interested? Filtering my artisans for the moblins, eh? Well, seeing as it's the Third Promise making the request, I'm willing to look the other way if one of them decides to take you up on the offer. Only, I can't think of a suitable candidate off the top of my head. Who do I know in the Master of Goldsmithing that would also have no qualms about relocating the Earthenshire? That Eorzean goldsmith, what about him? You mean Fun-geon? He did say he was employed at some fancy jewelry store across the salt. And considering the distance he's already come, I'd like to think he wouldn't mind moving a little up the river. That said, he's only just got himself a new job. Is it too soon to ask him to sign a pot pact? There's no harm in making the offer. Once he hears how well the Potsworn are treated, he may even jump at the chance. Either way, you won't find Fun-geon at his workbench at this hour. He's finished for the day, probably enjoying a meal over at Zbalyav Tai. Then maybe we should go and talk to him. Just you and me, since he knows us. Wouldn't want him to feel intimidated by having to deal with a crowd of new faces. The two of us can handle this. Take a rest at the cabins if you like. Right. Let's go and see a man about a pot. Man, if I wanted to see somebody about pot, I would just have to go down the street to the dispensary. I would love if we got like a marching, dancing emote so we could just dance while we move. Because that would be a lot of fun. Oh, Pennifer, you're here too. The third promise said she wanted to chat. I've just finished eating, so shall we find a quiet spot outside? Boom. The last time we talked on this beach, you were in a miserable state. Ahaha, yes, I was, wasn't I? A lost soul, until the two of you came along and helped me rediscover my purpose. My new place of employment has been most welcoming, and for the first time in a long time, I feel content with my lot in life. That's wonderful. So, what is it you wish to discuss? Well, it's hard to ask this right after you've settled in, but I'm looking for someone to become a potsworn. Ah, I've heard my new colleagues mention the term. That's when an Elderson signs a contract to work with the Moblins, isn't it? But you're not a Moblin. I'm not sure I understand. It's for a feat in the Rite of Succession. I need to bring a new potsworn to Earthenshire. So that is the way of it. We've barely met, and after pushing you to work at Waku Meki Meki, I'm now demanding you throw that away and sign a pot pact instead. It's a selfish request, I know. I have something to tell you, third promise. The other day, I completed the necessary procedures for immigration. I'm pleased to say I am now an official subject of Tulio law. I've since endeavored to learn what I can of my new nation, beginning with the right of succession and its claimants, including you, of course. Now, you will recall it was my father's example which led me to pursue goldsmithing. He was at East End when Garlean forces laid siege to the settlement, and in the ensuing chaos he was slain. War took him from me in an instant, the man I loved and admired. I never wish to suffer such a loss again. And so, as much as I'm indebted to you for turning my life around, it is as a fellow peace-loving Tuliolan that I want you to win the throne. If I can help you achieve that by signing a pot pact, then I shall gladly do so. Yippee! Fun-geon, thank you. I shall return to Master Ropely and inform him of my decision. Allow me. I'm the reason you're leaving, so I should be the one to deliver the news. Now I just gotta look out for that big, dumb, two-headed jerk. Perhaps you remember me. Brook Ivu, owner of Zabalyav Tai. I'd like a word if you don't mind. You're Woklamat's ally from across the salt, right? And a hero of some renown too, if the gossip's to be believed. Well, as it so happens, I could use some heroic help. It doesn't need to be right now, but could you come by when you have a spare moment? Much appreciated. I'll be waiting for you at my shop then. Oh, role quests. Something tells me I'm gonna have to do role quests soon, aren't I? I can at least pick it up. I mean, I'll probably end up doing them on stream. Jennifer, I was wondering when you'd be along. Not a moment too soon either. I've got an urgent job that needs doing, and there's no one else I'd entrust with it. Of course, you'll be wanting to know the details. It's a long story, so why don't you grab a seat over there? I'll join you shortly. So yeah, we can do these on the stream. Just because it's part of the expansion experience. Now that we're all settled, allow me to introduce myself properly. I'm Rook Ivu, proprietor of Zbalyav Tai. As you know, my establishment is open to anyone. People hailing from across Terrell and sometimes further come here to whet their appetite and slake their thirst. Given how we turn no one away, it's inevitable that a few bad apples might mix into my motley patrons, and therein lies the rub. Our particularly rotten bunch was here not long ago. Sitting just over there, in fact, and having a conversation most foul. Oh boy. I thank you all for coming here so far from your respective homes. What, like 5? 5 of these chumps? As this is the first time we have all gathered in one place, perhaps formal introductions are in order. I am... Welcome, welcome, what will you be having? Could we have a moment, please? We are in the middle of something very important. Now then, where was I? Oh yes, I am Apyahi. If you're sitting here now, it is because I have personally invited you to the Passage of the Unbound, my secretive, villainous order with ambitions to sow discord throughout the... What? Villains do not often call themselves such. Nor do secret orders have their meetings in places where all eyes can see. Yeah? What do you know? Your snide remarks only ruin my carefully constructed atmosphere. If I had time to think of a suitable slogan, you would understand that words are everything. But I digress. I invited you all here for one reason, to throw the world into a mire of chaos and then watch its nations crumble. What else would we call ourselves if not villainous? My only interest is to punish all who've dared to mock and belittle me. So long as I can achieve that, you can call me whatever you like. The rich, the powerful, the mighty, all shall be crushed under the weight of my ire. A grand design for a group of 6. Even if we manage to muster others to our side, there's a limit to what we can accomplish. I regret to say you are right. At present, we are bound and powerless. That is why, in order to raise our fists against our oppressors, we must find the strength to shatter our shackles. And in doing so, we shall become unbound. Like the birds soaring up above, we shall take flight and spread our wicked wings, staining the azure skies black. It's raining? But sometimes skies become treacherous with clouds and even birds must rest. You speak of finding strength. Is that why we are here? To look for it? If so, then I pledge my aid. With newfound might at my beck and call, I shall win adoration known only by a hero. Your eagerness is heartening, and you are correct. The tools to make our goal a reality lay in Tural. Across this continent can be found certain artifacts which possess untold power. Did you say artifacts? Oh ho ho! I sense an adventurous hunt for instruments of devious devilry ahead. My imagination is overflowing with images of the new forms of trickery the new forms my trickery might take. I dare say the world is not ready. Yes, well, to get to the heart of the matter, the objects are held by the disparate tribes which make their homes in the Turali continent, where they have been passed down through generations as sacred treasures. Whatever stories these people have attached to their so-called treasures matters not. Each contain the essence of fearsome beasts called Tural Vitral, and with them in our possession, none shall be able to stand against us. We shall take the objects for ourselves, bring them across the sea, and use them to undermine nations far and wide. The means by which you each choose to do so, I leave in your hands. I only ask that you do not disappoint. I take it there are no questions. And let the passage of the unbound open unto the world. We begin at once. They didn't order a single thing. That's interesting. That's the long and short of it. What do you think? They might lack discretion, but they seem formidable nonetheless. Of course, we had a duty to report what we heard to the Landsguard. We did, but it didn't make a damn difference because soon we learned those unwelcome guests had teeth. Not long ago, one individual from a remote tribe came here seeking help recovering a stolen relic. Then another came with the same story, then another, and so on. By the time we realized the passage of the Unbound was a real threat, they had one and all made their way across the sea with their ill-gotten gain. Oh my god, are we going back to Eorzea? Each tribe has sent one of their own to recover what was lost, but being in strange lands, they're at a disadvantage. That's why I've been looking for someone who knows every corner of Eorzea and beyond. Now, I know you've business in Tural, or else you wouldn't be here in the first place, but if you could take the time to hear Ral Majun out, you'd be doing a service to many who could really use a helping hand. She's cute. So we're getting sent back home to deal with annoying people. Greetings. Allow me to thank you personally for lending your assistance in this matter. We've been quite desperate for someone suitable. Greetings, Ral Majun. At the risk of becoming a daily nuisance, I must ask, have there been any developments you might share? A nuisance? Why, perish the thought. you've come just in time. In fact, none other but the vaunted Pennifer has agreed to aid the search. Finally, a fortunate turn. So long as our sacred treasures are in wicked hands, our homes shall know no peace. To say nothing of the danger they could pose to other nations, if these thieves really do intend to stir up chaos across the seas, then you had better depart on the next ship. But before you do, it might be proper to introduce you to those who have come to Tuliolal in search of aid. Loazanikwe. There comes from a village far to the north. A single warrior cannot hope to withstand the power of her tribe's relic, so she requires a stout protector, someone that can be leaned upon when times are darkest. The heirloom that Neopine must recover afflicts terrible maladies upon its victims. He seeks someone who commands great healing magics to counter this effect. The search for Shashepya's tribal treasure has been entrusted to a peerless hunter. She requires someone to act as a frontline fighter who can distract her target while her bow takes deadly aim. And lastly, there is Suhi, who knows little about her people's ancient artifact aside that it must not fall into the wrong hands. She seeks a mage of great power, but anything beyond that lies shrouded in mystery. I'm a mage of great power. Aren't you forgetting someone, Rahul Jha? Your crisis is just as pressing, even if you won't say so yourself. Rahul Jha hails from further south than Eamon Mamuk, and has traveled many days and nights in search of someone who can strike down their prey from afar. It's the only way to escape the effects of his village treasure. Did I get that right? Indeed, indeed. I do get so forgetful in my old age. Thank you, Ral Majun. 5 tribes, 5 stolen treasures, all are waiting for the aid of a brave soul. Hopefully that can be you, Pennifer. Of course, I'll share all that I know in the matter. You need only ask. And know that I will not hold it against you should you choose to assist only those for whom your talents are best suited. So long as you do what you can, the people of Tural and maybe even further will be in your debt. I was wondering when we'd get started on role quests. Oh, hello. Did Brooke Ibu send you to help recover our stolen treasure? Thank the heavens. And judging by your accoutrement, you're learned in the arcane arts, yes? If so, we've need of your power and wisdom. Truth be told, it is wisdom that we require most. You see, even though the treasure has been guarded by our people for generations, we know little of its true nature. In ages past, the forests of our homeland were plagued with terrible beasts, a constant source of fear and danger. To combat this menace, our mages spent many moons researching the treasure known as the Perch of the Apex. Upon unlocking its secrets, they were able to drive the monsters from the woods, bringing peace at last. With the threat all but eradicated, our forebears forbade any use of the treasure and enshrined it within the village. As the years passed, we slowly forgot what it was to live in fear, yet as our struggles faded into memory, stories surrounding the Perch of Apex became legend, then myth. Now, none living are certain of its true power. Yet the peace was shattered by a member of the Passage of the Unbound. The villain wheedled his way into our trust and then stole upon my husband, the treasure's appointed guardian, catching him unaware of the terrible blow that left him unconscious. He has yet to awaken, so my daughter, Tepeke, has set forth to retrieve what was stolen. Unlike her father, she has no skill in the arcane arts and chose the path of the sword. That's why I've been seeking someone with the knowledge she lacks, should the ancient power be unleashed. Please, if you can find it in your heart to help Tepeke, I will be forever grateful. Consider it done. Oh, thank you, thank you. Now, our only clue to the thief's whereabouts is from something he mentioned during his stay in our village. He spoke of his desire to bring chains to a place called Radzet Han. Oh boy. That is where Tepeke decided to begin her search, so she boarded a ferry bound there by way of Limsa Lominsa, with her trusted sword and shield close at hand. That's how you'll know her. She agreed to stay in Radzet Han to gather information until aid arrived. I know nothing of the place, but it's likely she can be found in a marketplace or some such. Please, bring our treasure and my daughter safely home. Oh boy. So we're not going to immediately work on this stream. Next Monday's stream, we will do all the role quests we currently can, and then continue with main story. For now, we're gonna work on more main story. Because we might actually be able to get to the second dungeon before we end stream. Master Ropley, I'm sorry to have to tell you this, but, Fun-geon has agreed to sign the Pot Pact, yes? While it is a shame to lose a capable goldsmith, to have one of our own handpicked to serve their promise is a great honor for Wachumeki. I appreciate your understanding. Of course, if you happen to know other talented artisans, regardless of their expertise, I hope you send them my way. Could even be yourself if you're so inclined. I'll keep that in mind. Though my time here was brief, I will not forget your kindness, Master Ropley. I am blessed to have these workshops be my first home in Tuliolal. Come back to us if the moblins cut you loose. You'll always have a job at Wachumeki. I expect you'll want to leave for Earthenshire as soon as possible. I'll go and pack my things. Ring ring, hello? What became of Fun-geon? Were you able to find him? We did, and he has agreed to become a potsworn. We'll leave when he is ready, but you still have a little time. Splendid, we shall meet you anon. I had plenty of reasons to win the contest, but now I have one more. Fun-geon's putting his faith in me, and I won't let him down. Hell yeah. Okay, deliveries. I will do that once I actually get Weaver up to high enough. Right then, I have some things to take care of at the palace. While you can pass the time however you like, I'd suggest you head back to the cabins. After all, even heroes need to rest, and we still have a big journey ahead of us. We should be very close to the level 93 quests. I wouldn't be surprised if the next main quest after this is 93. Welcome back, madame. You've had a Landsguard messenger most anxiously waiting on your return. Pennifer of the Third Promise's entourage, I've been all over the city looking for you. The Dawn servant summons you to the palace. You are to present yourself to the gate guard station outside Sunperch at your earliest convenience. Oh, and one more thing, you are not to mention this visit to Wooklamat. Oh, but she's at the palace. That's... a problem? I don't think I can sneak in without her seeing. Open the door. Oh, solo instance, let's go. I was wondering when we'd get to the first solo fight. The Dawn Servant awaits you within. While I was not informed of the reason for your audience, in terms of attire, I would suggest full battle regalia. Let's go. We get to fight. And it's a solo instance. Hell yeah.
Forgive me these sudden summons. When I learned my daughter's champion was back in the city, I couldn't resist the opportunity. And they call me head of resolve for good reason. Old as I am, I have not lost a battle worthy of the name since the day I took the throne. And I've been craving a proper challenge. The lance wielder, Estinian, he fought well enough, but our bout was ended before a victor could be decided. Judging by the sailors' gossip, you are a warrior of renown in your homeland.
Maybe. I might be.
Yet I wonder, with all your deeds done and victories won, are you warrior enough to stand against me?
Do you want to find out? Why don't we find out?
A spirited answer. Why not indeed?
Oh!
The battle rages upon me.
Oh, the music!
Killing you, of course. But expect no other
The
mercy.
music is kicking in, let's go!
Come, ready your arms, and show me the truth of the tales.
Gladly! Finally, we're having some fun. Hammer!
Give it your all! I
Gladly!
Let's test the waters. They didn't even blink. Have you ever fought a viper? Ha! Let's see how you handle this.
Oh, that hurt.
The spearman did not lie. Very well then.
Oh.
Resolve and Risen Kingdom. All right.
Well, this is kind of lame. I'm being denied an chance to cast.
Ha! Did you think you had my measure? Take this! Still holding up?
Oh, okay, that's what he does. Ow.
We're far from finished.
Yeah, of course we're far from finished.
No more holding back. Stay alert.
Hammer.
You'll fight well indeed.
Ow, that hurt. Ow. Yeah, smack me this way, please. Hammer.
You really are formidable. Now we'll see what you're truly made of.
Oh, let's go.
That will do. You've shown me more than enough.
Ooh. That was a fantastic fight. Holy crap. Ooh.
I brought my full strength to bear against opponents before, but you are the first to withstand it. Even with my head of reason asleep, I never expected you to give me so much trouble. Estinian did not exaggerate. You are a force to be reckoned with. Now, a confession. I said I'd crave a challenge, and that was no lie. But I had another reason for calling you here. I had to judge for myself if you were fit to attend my beloved daughter. In some respects, she is much like me. Hard-headed and prone to rush into danger. But one with your talents could readily dispatch the threats that bar Lamachi's way.
Will you hear my question and answer me plainly? Address me not as the ruler of Tuliola, but a concerned father. Thank you. Then tell me, given your journey together thus far, what is your impression of Lamati? Whether it be as their promise or just a companion on the road. Speak your mind.
She's young, but she has potential.
Ha! A tactful response, but agreed. She is not ready for the throne. Not yet. Lama Chi thinks she understands our many peoples, their histories, their cultures, their beliefs. But she knows only what she's seen in the capital. And it's not only her who concerns me. Even this early in the contest, you must have realized. As potential rulers, all 4 claimants are lacking. This is why I elected to hold the right of succession. Not to choose a fitting candidate, but to cultivate one.
And that is smart.
And if no one has impressed me by the end of it, then to no one will I yield my throne. As a parent, I pray that my children rise to the occasion. With outsiders dragged into my game, I am also hopeful that the different perspectives you and your companions have to offer will inspire them to grow. I imagine you in particular have traveled many lands, know many peoples and cultures, loved them and being loved in turn. Guide Lama Chi as you think best. Walk at her side and, when needed, push her to walk ahead.
I knew it. There I was, about to sit down for some of Namika's cooking, when I heard that Papa had sent for you. You were dueling behind my back, weren't you?
No?
I see there is no point in denying it.
Okay, yeah.
You needn't worry, daughter. I took care not to inflict lasting injuries. You and your ally may return to the contest without disadvantage. No harm done.
I swear, just as I was learning newfound respect for my father. Let's take our leave of this battle-mad oaf before he calls on the rest of my entourage.
Now, calling him an oaf is kind of mean.
Watch over her, champion.
He's not an oaf.
Kona's recruits are no less sharp, as one might expect of Galof's countrymen. They saw the flaws in our claimants from the outset. The other two, though. They dismiss comrades willing to point out their shortcomings, and no good can come of it.
If he had his way, Papa would keep dueling until the day he dies. Even now, I know of only 3 people who didn't need to be carried away after their bouts. Zoral Ja, your land-squibbling friend Estinian, and yourself. You really do live up to your fearsome reputation. I'm curious though, did Papa want anything else of you? Well, if that's all it was. I still haven't had one bite of Namika's food thanks to Papa's nonsense, so I'm going back to finish my plate before I head out. I've otherwise asked everyone to meet at the 4-rod cabins. Come and join us after you've had a moment to recover, eh? I'm just wondering how we get down. Stairs. But yes, so far I would say story not as good as like Shadowbringers or Endwalker. It's still a lot of fun. I am thoroughly enjoying this. I shall await my companions and continue the rite of succession. Howdy, howdy, Netghoul. Welcome, welcome. Sorry to keep everyone waiting. Is that it? You're all set to go? I left Eorzea prepared to travel in search of work, so I had few belongings to begin with. Bidding farewell to my fellow artisans took rather a lot of time, however. Again, I appreciate you making this commitment, Fun-geon. Shall we depart for Earthenshire, then? A word before you go. Wook Evu, what are you doing here? I spent my days correcting manners, and here I am perpetrating the grave offense of delaying the third promise's departure. Please, take up your axe and rend my flesh unto talk— What? No! Must your demands be so gruesome? Besides, I told you that kind of thing doesn't bother me. Alright then, I won't let it bother me either. This guy's insane. What was that all about? I'd come to the city to purchase supplies when I spotted your entourage getting ready to leave. You seek the City of Gold, if I'm not mistaken. That's right. It's the final step of the rite of succession. If you know anything about the subject, I'd love to hear it. Then allow me to be of service. As you know, legends of the Golden City have been passed down in Torel for 1,000 years. Yet when it comes to describing the place itself, the stories do not always agree. Some portray it as one might expect, a glittering metropolis of golden towers. Others suggest it is more unassuming and owes the name to a fabulous treasure hidden at its heart. Every telling, however, has a common thread. Those who go in search of the Golden City do not return. The lesson to be learned from this, third promise, is that to seek the legend is to court death. I must implore you to proceed with the utmost care. That is all I wish to say. I shall pray for your safe journey. Thank you, Wook-Ivu. What are we to make of these cautionary tales? If every expedition has ended in tragedy, how then did the Dawn Servant find the city and return without incident? It seems the legend originated with the Yakhui. Speaking with them remains our strongest lead, I feel. A lead we shall follow in time, but first let us see Fun-geon taken safely into the Moblin's care.
Finding a willing artisan was even easier than expected. Many indeed are eager to curry favor with the Resilient Sun, especially if it means sharing the promise of new territories.
Those who prove useful will have all the land they desire.
Such generous words, yet the manner in which he speaks them. If neither wealth nor territory are of value, wherefore does he seek to bring the world to heel?
Step aside.
Remind me. There was no rule against poaching craftsmen from other claimants. Was there?
Do not be foolish, Bakul Jaja.
Foolish would be carrying on with these dull feats when all I need to win are the keystones. And besides, it's long past time I humble this arrogant one-head. The Dawn Servant may have sired you against all odds, but there is nothing blessed about your birth. Only a two-head is fit to rule. Only we are worthy. Draw your weapon! Face me in battle, and learn your place.
A moment, first promise. Leave him alive, if you would. I foresee a use for this nuisance.
Too scared to make the first move? Then allow me!
This big two-headed jerk is an idiot. I knew he was gonna try something stupid.
But he's just a runt.
My thanks for your restraint. I can kill him whenever I please. Your part in this is far from over.
Yeah, how'd you like that, sucker? You got humbled by a smaller guy. Idiot. We're back, and we brought with us a willing potsworn. This is Fun-geon, a talented goldsmith who once worked at Estames Aesthetics in Ul'dah. Wonderful, impressive, you are first to return, third promise. And with an artisan from across the salt, no less, we welcome you and your unique skills to Earthenshire. Help Hand will show you to the work pot. This is it, then. I look forward to hearing you proclaimed Dawn Servant. Thank you, Fun-geon. I'll be sure not to disappoint you. You have met the requirements for the Feast of Pots. Ready Rock presents your keystone of joy, smiles, and well-wishing. God, why do all these stones look like little candy? I just want to put that in my mouth and chew on it. That makes 3. More potsworn candidates? Come, tell Ready Rock your tales. Another feat accomplished, another keystone acquired. You are doing well. I expected nothing less of Zoral Ja's esteemed siblings. Your cleverness in particular is most admirable, second promise. We must have you apply the Charlie knowledge so cherished and arm Tural with weapons of Magitech design. Bleh. In your role as the new Dawn Servant's chief advisor, of course. The tools of war hold no interest for me, but wish only to improve our nation through practical innovations. Foreign powers will think twice about testing our strength once Tuliyola is known for its advanced technology, just as the Garlean Empire was deterred from invading Sharlayan. That may well be true, but how long will it take Tuliyola to progress to this advanced state? How many years? With a collective commitment to education and hard work, it should not take so very... Your way is too slow. Oh, you're being rude too. Easier to expand our territory and swallow Sharlayan whole. Abso-fucking-lutely not. Conquer other nations through force of arms, and you're looking at a future of uprisings and bloodshed. Yours wouldn't be the first failed empire. And we keep fighting until the mounting costs convince them to lay down their weapons, until all have grown tired of loss. How would such an outcome bring anyone joy? What you propose is a mockery of peace. Ready Rock is reminded of days long ago. In the time before Tuliolao, there were no pot packs for the Potshorn. It was normal to grab snatch artisans and force them to work for mobbies. Until the day Gulul Jaja arrived, the families of the grab snatch pleaded with him, and so he came to Earthenshire. Mobbies are not a war-make people. We feared death had come for us, but Gulul Jaja just wanted to talk. Be at ease, we are here to trade words, not bows, or blows. The gold work crafted in this village is superb. One can tell at a glance the quality of materials used, the mastery of technique employed. Yet it does not stir the heart. A goblet shaped by bound hands and broken spirit is devoid of luster. Compare that now to the works of a joyful artisan. She pours her very soul into her creations, and they shine like the newly risen sun. Have you not seen this to be true? And so began the custom of good living. Happy Potshorn make good works, and good works make mobbies happy. Gulul Jaja's words were wise. Joy Smiles did indeed bring fine craft and much jingly shine. So the head of reason was behind the forging of pot pacts. Yes. Reason and clever think changed Mobby's way of life. The first promise tires of your talk of olden days. He would rather look to the future and the next feat. I don't like this guy. We should be getting on as well. Bakul Jaja never did come back, did he? I'm not gonna complain. Do you have a moment, third promise? Rakarok would repay you for hand helping with Kahi. He brings the tale of the Golden City. Really? I'd love to hear it. The towers, the streets, all fashioned from gold. Everywhere you look, every splendor you can imagine. The young, the old, and everyone in between, they live in golden happiness, a city of eternal bliss forever perched above the clouds. Everything fashioned from gold, eh? Just imagine everyone living in golden happiness. Now that's the city I'd like to visit. Excuse me, Rakarok, where did you hear that particular tale? From our longtime Yakui friends. They live up in the mountains in Urkopacha. The giants again. Seems everything is pointing us their way. This feat and everything leading up to it has taught me much about the Moblin way of life. I'll be sad to leave Earthenshire and your Joy Smiles behind. So I think we'll call it here after this quest, just cause I have been yapping for 5 hours. Right. We should go and see the giants next. Agreed. Golden mysteries notwithstanding, their village is featured prominently in the saga and is not to be ignored. The Urkapacha Highlands should be easy enough to reach from here. If we leave the Earthenshire from the west, there's a road which leads up into the mountains. Let's find that first. Bum, bum, ba-dum, bum, bum, boo-da-boo. And this should take us... Oh, here, this is the side of the zone we haven't been in. With... Man, I can't believe such a big zone only has one aetheryte. Kinda pain. Looks like the trail is going to get steep from here on in. I hope everyone is ready for some climbing. Third promise. I'm glad I caught you. Ready Rock asked me to bring you back to the village. She says there's something she forgot to give you. Something other than the keystone? Yes, an item of great importance, or so I was told. It shouldn't take long if you would please follow me. I don't trust that guy. I don't trust him at all. This is taking quite a while. Just keep waiting for now, I suppose. Let's just go ask Ready Rock if she did want her. Perhaps there were complications? Well, let us wait a little longer. Wait at the designated location once more. This is getting a little ridiculous. Did she get lost on the way back to find us? But how? There's only the one road. I wouldn't underestimate Wolklamat's sense of direction or lack thereof. Fortunately, she has a link pearl. Let's see what's keeping her, shall we? Ring, hello. She's not responding. Perhaps we should all return to Earthenshire. Was Ready Rock who had business with her, yes? Oh boy. I don't like this at all. So yes, we'll turn this in. We won't pick up the next one, but we'll be ready to pick it up next week. And because we're at 90, like if these go every 2 levels as I'm expecting, then we'll be able to do 90, 92, and 94's role quests. Back again so soon? We've come looking for Wolklamat. Did you not send someone to fetch her? Radio Rock did not. Neither has she seen the third promise since you were last here. And who was that man who came for her? Oh, I thought you'd left already. Where is Lamati? Is she not with you? Something's fucky. You don't know where she is? How could you let this happen? What do you mean, how could I let this happen? That thou should worry for thy sister is understandable, yet rather than assign blame, thine energies are better spent on locating her. I will help you search. This is not how I'd wish a fellow claimant to lose the contest, my sister least of all. In that case, dividing our forces will allow us to cover more ground. Pennifer and I should work together at least, better to facilitate communication between our groups. Easy peasy. Then the rest of us will split up, report in should you find anything. They're all walking. They should be running. We'll be on our way as well. Right? Keep in touch. Come, we should begin our search. So I assume the next quest is another level 92? Yep, so we're still getting close to 93. Yes, we can park here and call it good for today. That was my elbow. Sure do love when my elbow pops, 'cause it is loud. Also, I need to move captions back down. And I can turn off the sad cat Wooklamat. Let's see, captions. Wherefore art thou captions? Right here. Let's scoop those back to the bottom. That was such a fun stream. We made so much progress. Like, first dungeon, first solo instance, and that was so fun. I can't wait for next week. Next dungeon, maybe first trial? I'm assuming we're probably close to that, so yippee. But yeah, definitely need to rest my voice, and I'm gonna look into earrings for this model to put on the cat ears, because I'm sure I can find something cute. Maybe some nice little studs or something. But yes, for now, let us find somebody to raid into for today. Because this was so much fun. But I could definitely use a vocal rest. Yes, Twitch, I know the collab icon means I can knock and collaborate. I don't want to. I was gonna collab with somebody, I would have arranged it ahead of time. I'm not just gonna randomly knock, like, knock knock, hello, let me in. But of course, I'm glad you... Yeah, glad you enjoyed. What, almost 5.5 hours? I definitely need to go a little shorter on Final Fantasy streams, just cause it is constant yapping and that will burn through my voice. Which it already has. Definitely gonna need to rest my voice, but at least Wednesday is more Metal Gear Solid 3, maybe the end, so that's not gonna require as much yapping. And then Friday's Halo 2, which yap a friend, but not constant yapping. And then Sunday we start Code Vein, and I'm excited. I'm excited for that first stream to be 5 hours of us in the character creator. Let's see who is live, who is doing something fun, who can we raid into? Let's see, Resident Evil Requiem. I've actually finished watching the VOD I was watching of that. Requiem is an amazing game. I might pick it up at some point to play, and when I do, I will use a PNG tuber model instead of my 3D, because Resident Evil games do not behave well with my 3D model. But I could set up a nice cute little PNG tuber, something easy. Yes, let's see. Beep bop or beep 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 boop. There's someone I could raid into. I don't think I've raided into them before, or if I have, not recently. A brief little blip there, but we are good. OBS always does that whenever I boot up Twitch. It's annoying, but we're good. Okay, let's see, we can raid into... We are gonna raid into Camisole Corzette, a fellow SVA member of our friendo Yomi, super cool streamer. They are doing MS Paint art right now, so that'll be fun. So let us send her our love. So as always, I hope you all have a fantastic rest of your Monday and start to your week. And remember, Big Sis loves you always. Mwah, 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 mwah.